Chapter 14 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14 Theodoric's Tomb. The death of Boëthius occurred probably about the middle of 524, and in the same year, as it would seem, Theodoric left Verona and returned to his old quarters at Ravenna. The danger from the barbarians on the northern frontier had apparently been averted, but a far greater danger, the hatred and the terror of his subjects of Roman origin, had entered his kingdom. It was probably during this same year, 524, that the zeal of the Orthodox Emperor Justin began to flame out against the Arians. Their churches were taken from them and given to the Catholics, and, as we hear that several Arians at this time embraced the Catholic faith, we may conjecture that the usual methods of conversion in that age, confiscation, imprisonment, and possibly torture, had been pretty freely employed. These measures, coming close after the alleged conspiracy of the Senators, or perhaps simultaneously with it, completed the exasperation of Theodoric. He sent for the Pope, John I, a Tuscan, who had been lately elevated to the papal chair, and when the successor of St. Peter appeared at Ravenna, commanded him, with some haughtiness in his tone, to proceed to Constantinople, to the Emperor Justin, and tell him that he must in no wise attempt to win over those whom he calls heretics to the Catholic religion. The Pope is said to have made some protestations distinguishing between his duty to God and his duty to his king, but nevertheless accepted a commission of some kind or other to treat with the Emperor on the subject of mutual toleration between Catholics and Arians. He set forth at the head of a brilliant train, accompanied by Ecclesius, Bishop of Ravenna, and Eusebius, Bishop of Fano, by Senator Theodorus, who had been consul in 505, by Senator Importunus, consul in 509, who was descended from the historic family of the Decii, and from whom his coevals expected deeds worthy of that illustrious name, by Senator Agapetus, who had been consul along with the Eastern Emperor in 517, and by many other noblemen and bishops. The visit of a Pope to Constantinople, an event which had not occurred since the very earliest days of the new capital, created profound sensation in that city, and was the very thing to cement that union between the Papacy and the Empire which constituted Theodoric's greatest danger. The whole city poured forth with crosses and candles to meet the Pope and his companions at the 12th milestone, and to testify with shouts their veneration for the Apostles Peter and Paul, whose representative they deemed that they saw before them. Justinius Augustus, the fortunate farm lad, before whom in his old age all the great ones of the earth prostrated themselves in reverence, now saluted the Vicar of St. Peter with the same gestures of adoration. The coronation of the Emperor, who had already been for 6 years on the throne, was celebrated with the utmost magnificence, the Roman Pontiff himself placing the diadem on his head. Then the Pope and all the Senators, with tears, besought the Emperor that their embassy might be acceptable in his sight. In the private interviews which were held, the Pope probably hinted to his orthodox ally the dangers which might result to the Catholic cause in Italy if Theodoric, hitherto so tolerant a heretic, should be provoked to measures of retaliation on behalf of his Church. There does seem to have been some modification of the persecuting edicts against the Arians, and at least some restoration of churches to the heretics, though certain papal historians, unwilling to admit that a Pope can have pleaded for any concession to misbelievers, endeavour to represent the Pope's mission as fruitless, while the Pope's person was greeted with enthusiastic reverence. But that which is upon the whole our best authority declares that the Emperor Justin, having met the Pope on his arrival as if he were St. Peter himself, and having heard his message, promised that he would comply with all his demands, except that the converts who had given themselves to the Catholic faith could by no means be restored to the Arians. This last exception does not seem an unreasonable one. Surely Theodoric could hardly have expected that Justin would exert his imperial power in order to force any of his subjects back into what he deemed a deadly heresy. But for some cause or other, probably because he perceived the mistake which he had committed in giving to the world so striking a demonstration of the new alliance between Emperor and Pope, Theodoric's ambassadors, on their return to Ravenna, found their master in a state of wrath bordering on frenzy. All, both Pope and Senators, were cast into prison and treated there with harshness and cruelty. The Pope, who was probably an aged and delicate man, began to languish in his dungeon, and there he died on the 25th of May, 526. In the meantime, while the Papal embassy had been absent on its mission to Constantinople, Theodoric had perpetrated another crime under the influence of his maddening suspicions. Symmachus, father-in-law of Boëthius, the venerable head of the Senate, a man of saintly life and far advanced in years, had probably dared to show that he condemned as well as lamented the execution of his brilliant son-in-law. Against him, therefore, a charge, doubtless of treason, was brought by command of the king. To be accused was of course to be condemned, and Symmachus was put to death in one of the prisons at Ravenna. After the deaths of these three men, Boëthius, Symmachus, and Pope John, all chance of peace between Theodoric and his subjects, and what was worse, all chance of peace between Theodoric and his nobler and truer self, was over, and there was nothing left him but to die in misery and remorse. It was probably in these summer days of 526 that, as before stated, he presented his young grandson Athalaric to his faithful Goths as their king. An edict was issued, and the faithful groaned when they saw that it bore the counter-signature of a Jewish treasury clerk, that on Sunday the 30th of August all the Catholic churches of Italy should be handed over to the Arians. But this tremendous religious revolution was not to be accomplished, nor was an insurrection of the Catholics to be required in order to arrest it. The edict was published on Wednesday the 26th of August. On the following day the king was attacked by diarrhoea, and after 3 days of violent pain he died on the 30th of August, the very day on which the churches were to have been handed over to the heretics, and 97 days after the death of the Pope. There is certainly something in this account of Theodoric's death which suggests the idea of arsenical poisoning. No hint of this kind is given by any of the annalists, but they are all hostile to Theodoric, and disposed to see in his rapid illness and most opportune death a divine judgment for his meditated persecution of the Church. On the other hand, it is impossible to read the account of his strange, incoherent deeds and words during the last 3 years of his life without suspecting that his brain was diseased and that he was not fully responsible for his actions. As bearing on this question, it is worth while to quote the story of his death given by a Greek historian who wrote 24 years after his death. It is perhaps only an idle tale, but it shows the kind of stories which were current among the citizens of Ravenna as to the last days of their great king. When Theodoric was dining, a few days after the death of Symmachus and Boëthius, the servants placed on the table a large fish's head. This seemed to Theodoric to be the head of Symmachus newly slain. The teeth seemed to gnaw the lower lip, the eyes glared at him with wrath and frenzy. The dead man appeared to threaten him with utmost vengeance. Terrified by this amazing portent, and chilled to the bone with fear, he hastily sought his couch, where, having ordered the servants to pile bedclothes upon him, he slept a while. Then, sending for Elpidius the physician, he related all that had happened to him, and wept for his sins against Symmachus and Boëthius. And with these tears, and with bitter lamentations for the tragedy in which he had taken part, he soon afterwards died, this being the first and last injustice which he had committed against any of his subjects. And it proceeded from his not carefully sifting, as he was wont to do, the evidence on which a capital charge was grounded. This story of Procopius, if it have any foundation at all, seems to show that Theodoric's last days were passed in delirium, and might suggest a doubt whether in the heartbreak of these later years he had not endeavoured to drown his sorrows in wine. But it is interesting to see that the Greek historian, though writing from a somewhat hostile point of view, recognises emphatically the justice of Theodoric's ordinary administration, and considers the execution of Symmachus and Boëthius (we ought to add the imprisonment of the Pope and his co-ambassadors) as the one tyrannical series of acts which marred the otherwise fair fame of a patriot king. The tomb of Theodoric still stands, a noble monument of the art of the 6th century, outside the walls of the north-east corner of Ravenna. This edifice, which belongs to the same class of sepulchral buildings as the tomb of Hadrian, now better known as the castle of Santa Angelo, is built of squared marble stones and consists of 2 stories, the lower one a decagon, the upper one circular. The roof is composed of one enormous block of Istrian marble, 33 feet in diameter, 3 feet in height, and weighing, it is said, nearly 300 tons. It is a marvel and a mystery how, with the comparatively rude engineering appliances of that age, so ponderous a mass can have been transported from such a distance and raised to such a height. At equal intervals round the outside of this shallow dome-like roof, 12 stone brackets are attached to it. They are now marked with the names of 8 apostles and of the 4 evangelists. One conjecture as to their destination is that they were originally crowned with statues, perhaps of these apostles and evangelists. Another, to me not very probable, is that the ropes used, if any were used, in lifting the mighty monolith to its place were passed through these, which would thus be the handles of the dome. This mausoleum, which is generally called La Rotonda by the citizens of Ravenna, was used in the Middle Ages as the choir of the church of Santa Maria della Rotonda, and a divine service was celebrated in it by the monks of an adjoining monastery. It is now a public monument, and there are few traces left of its ecclesiastical employment. The basement, as I have seen it, is often filled with water exuding from the marshy soil. The upper story is abandoned to gloom and silence. Of Theodoric himself, whose body, according to tradition, was once deposited in a porphyry vase in the upper story of the mausoleum, there is now no vestige in the great pile which in his own lifetime he raised as his intended sepulchre. Nor is this any recent spoliation. Agnellus, Bishop of Ravenna, writing in the days of Charlemagne, says that the body of Theodoric was not in the mausoleum, and had been, as he thought, cast forth out of its sepulchre, and the wonderful porphyry vase in which it had been enclosed placed at the door of the neighbouring monastery. A recent inquirer has connected these somewhat ambiguous words of Agnellus with a childish story told by Pope Gregory the Great, who wrote some 70 years after the death of Theodoric. According to this story, a holy hermit, who lived in the island of Lipari, on the day and hour of Theodoric's death, saw him, with bound hands and garments disarranged, dragged up the volcano of Stromboli by his 2 victims, Symmachus and Pope John, and hurled by them into the fire-vomiting crater. What more likely, it is suggested, than that the monks of the adjoining monastery should seize the opportunity of some crisis in the troubled history of Ravenna to cast out the body of Theodoric from its resting place, and so, to the ignorant people, give point to Pope Gregory's edifying narrative as to the disposal of his soul. A discovery which was made some 40 years ago in the neighbourhood of Ravenna may possibly throw some light on these mysterious words of Bishop Agnellus, as it seems to me he was cast forth out of his sepulchre. In May 1854 the labourers employed in widening the bed of the Canale Corsini, now the only navigable waterway between Ravenna and the sea, came, at the depth of about 5 feet beneath the sea level, on some tumuli, evidently sepulchral in their character, made of bricks laid edgeways. Near one of these tumuli, but lying apart by itself, was a golden cuirass adorned with precious stones. The rascally labourers, when they caught sight of their treasure, feigned to see nothing, promptly covered it up again, and returned at nightfall to divide the spoil. A little piece of gold which was found lying on the ground caused enquiries to be set on foot. The labourers were arrested, but unfortunately the greater part of the booty had already been cast into the melting pot. A few pieces were however recovered, and are now in the museum at Ravenna, where they figure in the catalogue as part of the armour of Odovacar. This is, however, a mere conjecture, and another, at least equally probable conjecture, is that the cuirass of gold once covered the breast of Theodoric. The spot where it was found is about 150 yards from the Rotunda, and if the monks had for any reason decided to pillage the sepulchre of its precious deposit, this was a not improbable place where they might hide it for a time. Certainly the self-denial which they showed in not stripping the body of its costly covering is somewhat surprising, but possibly the conspirators were few in number, and the chances of war may have removed them before they had an opportunity to disinter the body a second time and strip it of its cuirass, which moreover could not have been easily disposed of without exciting suspicion. One little circumstance which seems somewhat to confirm this theory is the fact that there is an enrichment running round the border of the cuirass, very similar in character to a decoration of the cornice in Theodoric's tomb. Whether this theory be correct or not, the indignity which was certainly at some time offered to the mortal remains of the great Ostrogothic king reminds us of the similar insults offered to the body of the great Puritan Protector. Cromwell, like Theodoric, was carried to his grave with all the conventional demonstrations of national mourning. He was dragged from it again and cast out like an abominable branch, when the legitimate monarchy was restored, when church and king were again in the ascendant, and when the stout soldiers, who had made him in all but the name king de facto, were obliged to bow their heads beneath the recovered might of the king de jure. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Amalasuentha. Our special subject, the life of Theodoric, is ended. But so closely was the king identified with the people that the narration can hardly close without a sketch of the fortunes of the Ostrogothic nation during the generation which followed his death. I shall not attempt any detailed history of this period, but shall draw merely its broadest outlines. Notwithstanding the melancholy and apparently threatening circumstances which attended the death of Theodoric, his descendants succeeded to his power without a contest. In Spain, his grandson Amalaric, who had probably by this time attained his majority, was hailed as king of the Visigoths. In Italy, Athalaric, now barely 10 years old, became the nominal ruler, the real powers being exercised by his widowed mother Amalasuentha, who was guided more implicitly than her father had been by the counsel of Cassiodorus, and availed herself of his fertile pen for the proclamations in which she addressed the subjects of her son. In writing to the Roman Senate, Cassiodorus made his child sovereign enlarge on the felicity of the country in which the accession of a new ruler could take place without war or sedition or loss of any kind to the Republic. On account of the unsurpassed glory of the Amal race, the promise of my youth has been preferred to the merits of all others. The chiefs, glorious in council and in war, have flocked to recognise me as king, so gladly that it seems like a divine inspiration, and the kingdom has been changed as one changes a garment. The general consent of Goths and Romans has crowned one king, and they have confirmed their allegiance by an oath. You, though distant from my person, are as near to me in heart as they, and I therefore call on you to follow their example. We all know that the most excellent fathers of the Senate love their king more fervently than other ranks of the state, in proportion to the greater benefits which they have received at his hand. To the senators who had witnessed the denunciation of Albinus, and who had been compelled with anguish of heart to vote the condemnation of Boëthius, this allusion to the great benefits which they had received from their Gothic sovereign might seem almost like mockery. Yet there can be little doubt that the Senate did hail the accession of Athalaric with acclamations, and that Amalasuentha's administration of affairs was popular with the Roman inhabitants of Italy. It might well be so, for this princess, born under an Italian sky, and accustomed from her childhood to gaze upon the great works which Rome had constructed for the embellishment of the peninsula, was no Goth at heart, but enthusiastically, even unwisely, Roman. In religious matters we are almost surprised to find that she adhered to the Arian creed of her father and her husband, but all talk of persecution of the Catholics ceased, and no more was heard of the enforced cession of their churches to the Arians. And in everything else but religion, the sympathies of the new ruler were entirely on the side of the subject, not the dominant nationality. As it had been said of old that captive Greece subdued her conquerors, so now was it with subject Italy and its Gothic mistress. A diligent student of Greek as well as of Latin literature, able to discourse with the ambassadors of Constantinople in well-turned Attic sentences, or to deliver a stately Latin oration to the messengers of the Senate, she could also, when the occasion required brevity, wrap herself in the robe of taciturnity which she inherited from her Teutonic ancestors, and with few diplomatically chosen words make the hearer feel his immeasurable inferiority to the Lady of the Kingdoms. A woman with a mind thus richly stored with the literary treasure of Greece and Rome was likely to look with impatient scorn on the barren and barbarous annals of her people. We, in whose ears the notes of the Teutonic minstrelsy of the Middle Ages are still sounding, we who know that Shakespeare, Milton, Goethe were all one day to arise from beneath the soil of Germanic literature, can hardly conceive how dreary and repulsive the national sagas, and even the everyday speech of her people, would seem in that day to a woman of great intellectual endowments, nor how strong would be the antagonism between culture and national patriotism in the heart of a princess like Amalasuentha. Thus the position of things during the reign of the young Athalaric was strangely altered from that which had existed under his grandfather. The king of the Goths and Romans was under the sway of a mother who would make him virtually king of the Romans, only leaving the Goths outside in moody isolation. Of course every step that Amalasuentha, in the enthusiasm of her love for things Roman, took towards the Roman Senate, carried her farther from the traditions of her people, and lost her the love of some stern old Gothic warriors. And moreover, with all her great intellectual endowments, it is clear that this highly cultivated, statuesque, and stately woman had little skill in reading character, little power in estimating the force of human motives. She had read, we may conjecture, Virgil and Sophocles, but she did not know what was in the heart of a child, and she knew not how long a scoundrel will wait for his revenge. At the time that the Gothic kingdom was thus being administered by a child and a woman, the Roman Empire, which had seemed effete and decaying, was astonishing the world by its recovered and increasing vigour. Since the death of Theodosius, more than 130 years before that of Theodoric, no great historic name had illustrated the annals of the Eastern Empire. But now, a year after the accession of Athalaric at Ravenna, the death of Justin, in the palace at Constantinople, 1st of August, 527, brought upon the scene an emperor who, whatever his faults, however disastrous, as I hold it to have been, his influence on the general happiness of the human race, made for himself undoubtedly one of the very greatest names in the whole series from Julius to Palaeologus, the world-famous Emperor Justinian. With Justinian's long wars on the eastern frontier of his empire we have here no concern. He was matched there against a terrible rival, Chosroes Nushirvan, and at most succeeded, and that not always, in upholding the banner of Europe against triumphant Asia. His domestic affairs, his marriage with the actress Theodora, the strange ascendancy which she exerted over him through life, his magnificent buildings, the rebellion in Constantinople, springing out of the factions of the Hippodrome, which had all but hurled him from his throne, these also are all beyond our province. So too is his noblest title to immortality, the composition by his orders of that magnificent legal trilogy, the Code, the Digest, and the Institutes, which summed up whatever was the most worthy of preservation in the labours of Roman lawyers for 9 centuries in the past, and sent it forward for at least 13 centuries into the future, to ascertain the rights and to mould the institutions of men dwelling in lands of the very existence of which no Roman, from the first Julius to the last Constantine, ever dreamed. Justinian as legislator is as much out of our present focus as Justinian the antagonist of Persia. But what we have here briefly to concern ourselves with is that marvellous display of renewed energy by which the Empire under Justinian made its presence felt in Western Europe and Africa. During the 38 years of his reign, the great world kingdom, which for 5 generations had been losing province after province to the barbarians, and which, when she had once lost a game, had seemed never to have the heart to try her fortune again on the same battlefield, now sent out her fleets and her armies, apparently with the same confidence of success which had once animated her Scipios and her Sullas, again planted her victorious standards on the citadel of Carthage, made the new Carthage in Spain, Malaga and distant Cadiz her own, and, what concerns our present subject more nearly, once more asserted the unrestricted dominion of the Roman Augustus over Italy from the Alps to the sea. Let us beware of thinking of all these great changes as strange and precarious extensions of the Byzantine Empire. To do so is to import the language of much later ages into the politics of the 6th century. However clearly we may now see that the relations thus established between Constantinople and the western shores of the Mediterranean were artificial and destined not to endure, to Justinian and his contemporaries these were not conquests by Constantinople, but the recovery of Africa, Italy, and part of Spain for the Roman Republic. The first of the Teutonic states to fall was the kingdom of the Vandals. Its ruin was certainly hastened by the estrangement between its royal house and that of the Ostrogoths. We left Theodoric's sister, the stately and somewhat domineering Amalasuentha, in prison at Carthage. Soon after her brother's death she was executed or murdered by order of her cousin the Catholic reformer, Hilderic. This outrage was keenly resented by the court of Ravenna. Hostilities between the 2 states were apparently imminent, but probably Amalasuentha felt that war, whether successful or unsuccessful, would be too dangerous for the dynasty, and sullen alienation took the place of the preparation of fleets and armies. In June 531, 5 years after the accession of Athalaric, the elderly and effeminate Hilderic was deposed by his martial subjects, who had long chafed under the rule of such a sovereign, and his cousin, the warlike Gelimer, ascended the throne. The deposition of Hilderic, followed for the present not by his death but by his close imprisonment, furnished the ambitious Justinian with a fair pretext for war, since Hilderic was not only the ally of the Empire and a Catholic, but was descended on his mother's side from the great Theodosius, and related to many of the Byzantine nobility. In spite of the opposition of the more cautious among his counsellors, Justinian decided to dispatch an expedition for the conquest of Carthage, and about midsummer 533 a fleet of 500 ships, manned by 20,000 sailors and conveying 15,000 soldiers, 10,000 infantry, and 5,000 cavalry, sailed forth from the Bosphorus into the Sea of Marmara, bound for the Libyan waters. At the head of the army was Belisarius, now about 28 years of age, a man who came, like his imperial master, from the highlands of Illyricum, but who, unlike that master, was probably of noble lineage. 3 years before he had won the battle of Daras, defeating the Persian general whose army was nearly twice as numerous as his own, and he had already shown signs of that profound knowledge of the science and that wonderful mastery of the art of war which he was afterwards to display in many a hard-fought campaign, and which entitled him to a place in the innermost circle of the greatest generals that the world has seen. The voyage of the Imperial fleet was slow and tedious, and had the Vandal king been well served by his ambassadors, there was ample time to have anticipated its attack. But Gelimer seems to have been quite ignorant of the projected expedition, and had actually sent off some of his best troops under the command of his brother Tzazo to suppress a rebellion which had broken out in Sardinia. Moreover, the estrangement between Vandals and Ostrogoths was a most fortunate event for the Imperial cause. In consequence of that estrangement, Belisarius was able to land in Sicily to refresh his soldiers wearied with a long voyage, and to obtain accurate information as to the preparations, or rather no preparations, of the enemy. Early in September the army landed at the promontory of Caput Vada, about 130 miles south-east of Carthage, and began their march towards the capital. They journeyed unopposed through friendly Catholic villages and royal parks beautiful in verdure and abounding in luscious fruits, until, after 11 days, they arrived at the 10th milestone from Carthage, and here came the shock of war. Gelimer had planned a combined attack on the Imperial army, by himself operating on their rear, and his brother Ammatas making a vigorous sally from Carthage and attacking them in front. If the two attacks had been really simultaneous, it might have gone hardly with the Imperial army, but Ammatas came too soon to the field, was defeated and slain. Gelimer, arriving later on in the day, inflicted a partial defeat on the troops of Belisarius, but, coming to the spot where lay the dead body of his brother, he stayed so long to bewail and to bury him that Belisarius had time to rally his forces and to convert defeat into victory. Gelimer fled to the open country. Belisarius pressed on, and without further opposition entered the gates of Carthage, where he was received by the majority of the citizens, who spoke the Latin tongue and professed the Catholic faith, with unconcealed rejoicing. Some Roman merchants who had been confined for many weeks in the dungeon were liberated by their anxious jailor. But the Imperial victory came too late for the captive Hilderic, as he had been already put to death in prison by order of his successor. There was thus neither friend nor foe left to bar Justinian's claim to rule as Augustus over Africa. Belisarius was accompanied in this, as in many subsequent expeditions, by his secretary and counsellor, the rhetorician Procopius, who has written the story of their wars in a style worthy of his hero chief. He describes the sensations of surprise at their own good fortune, with which Belisarius and his suite found themselves at noon of the 15th of September, sitting in Gelimer's gorgeous banquet hall, served by the Vandal's lackeys, and partaking of the sumptuous repast which he had ordered to be prepared in celebration of his anticipated victory. At this point Procopius indulges in a strain of meditation which is not unusual with him. We may see hereby how Fortune wantons in her pride, how she teaches us that she is the mistress of all things, and that she will not suffer man to have anything which he can call his own. Though Carthage was taken, the war was not yet over. Tzazo, who, in the midst of his victories in Sardinia, heard of the ruin of his country, hastened home with a valiant and hitherto triumphant army, and joined his brother Gelimer on the plain of Bulla in Numidia. When the two brothers met, they clasped one another round the neck, and for long could not loosen their hold. Yet could they speak no word to each other, but wrung their hands and wept. And so did each one of the companions of Gelimer with some one of the officers of the army of Sardinia. But tears soon gave place to the longing for revenge, and the two armies, forming one strong and determined host, moved eastward to Tricamaron, about 20 miles distant from Carthage, and began a partial blockade of the capital. On the 15th of December, Belisarius met the Vandals in battle array. The fight was more stubbornly contested than that of Ad Decimum, but Tzazo fell in the thickest of the battle, and again the impulsive nature of Gelimer was so moved by the sight of a brother's blood that he renounced the struggle for his crown and galloped away from the field. Now the conquest of Africa was indeed completed, but Belisarius was set upon capturing the person of the fugitive king as an ornament to his triumph and the pledge of victory. The tedious task was delegated to a Teutonic chief named Pharas, who for 3 months beleaguered the impregnable hill on the confines of Mauritania, on the summit of which was the fortress in which Gelimer had taken refuge. The incidents which marked his final surrender have been often described. He who had been of late the daintily living lord of Africa found life hard indeed among the rough, half-savage Moors who were partly his bodyguard and partly his jailers. An ambassador sent by Pharas to exhort him to surrender and cast himself on the clemency of Justinian brought back his proud refusal to submit to one who had done him so much undeserved wrong, but brought back also a pathetic request that his courteous foe would grant him 3 things: a lyre, a sponge, and a loaf of bread. The loaf was to remind him of the taste of baked bread, which he had not eaten for months. The sponge was to bathe his eyes, weakened with continual tears. The lyre, to enable him to set to music an ode which he had composed on the subject of his misfortunes. A few days more passed by, and then came Gelimer's offer to surrender at discretion, trusting to the generosity of the Emperor. What finally broke down his proud spirit was the sight of a delicately nurtured child, the son of one of his Vandal courtiers, fighting with a dirty little Moor for a half-baked piece of dough which the 2 boys had pulled out of the ashes where it was baking. Gelimer, whose reason was perhaps somewhat unhinged by his hardships, gave a loud laugh, professedly at the instability of human greatness, when brought into the presence of Belisarius. He and his captors soon embarked for Constantinople, where they arrived probably about the middle of 534. It had thus taken less than a year to level with the ground the whole fabric of Vandal dominion, reared a century before by the terrible Gaiseric, and to reunite Africa to the Roman Republic. Belisarius received a splendid triumph, the chief figure of which was of course the captive Gelimer, who, with a purple robe on his shoulders, paced through the streets, shouting ever and anon in a melancholy voice: "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity". When the procession reached the palace, Gelimer by constraint, and Belisarius willingly, prostrated themselves at the feet of Justinianus Augustus. The promises on the faith of which the Vandal king had surrendered himself were well kept. He might have been raised to the dignity of patrician if he would have renounced his Arian creed. As it was, he lived in honourable exile on the large estates in Galatia, which he had received from the bounty of the Emperor. In the same year which witnessed the triumph of Belisarius over the conquered Vandals came the final overthrow of the Burgundian monarchy. In 523, Sigismund, the son-in-law of Theodoric, the convert to Catholicism who ordered the murder of his son, had been defeated in battle by the sons of Clovis, and together with his wife and 2 sons had been thrown down a deep well and so slain. Theodoric, incensed at the murder of his grandson, had taken part against Sigismund, and obtained a large accession of territory in Dauphiné as the price of his alliance with the Franks. But a brother of Sigismund's, named Godemir, rallied the beaten Burgundians, defeated the Franks in a battle in which one of their kings was slain, and succeeded in maintaining for 11 years longer the independence of his nation. In the year 532, however, the Frankish kings again entered the valley of the Rhone with their desolating hosts, and in 534 they completed its conquest and added it to the great unwieldy monarchy over which they ruled in a kind of family partnership. In Spain, too, the Frankish kings had achieved some successes and at the cost of a descendant of Theodoric. Amalaric, king of the Visigoths, had married, probably after his grandfather's death, Clotilda, daughter of Clovis, and for a time seems to have pursued a tolerant policy towards the Catholics, but gradually drifted into a position of unreasoning and barbarous hostility towards them, hostility from which his own wife was not exempted. He caused filth to be cast at the devout Clotilda when she was on her way to the Catholic basilica, nay, he even lifted his hand to strike her. The cowardly blow brought blood, and the drops of this blood, royal and Frankish, collected on a handkerchief and sent northward over the Pyrenees, brought the two brother kings of the Franks into Spain. Amalaric was defeated, fled to Barcelona, and sought to escape thence by sea, probably to Italy. But his passage to the harbour was barred by his own mutinous soldiers, and he perished by a javelin hurled by one of them. The Franks returned, enriched with great booty, to their own land, and Theudis, the Ostrogothic noble, whose power had long overshadowed his master's, and who was accused by some of having caused the mutiny of his troops, succeeded to his throne. So had the great Arian League, and the network of family alliances, by which Theodoric had sought to guard it from the spoiler, passed away into nothingness, and thus did the Ostrogothic kingdom now stand alone and without allies before the rejuvenated Empire, flushed with victory, and possessing such a head as Justinian, such a terrible right arm as Belisarius. Not many months had elapsed from the battle of Tricamaron, when the ambassadors of the Empire appeared at Ravenna to present those claims out of which Greek ingenuity would soon fashion a pretext for war. The town of Lilybæum in Sicily had long ago been handed over by Theodoric to the Vandal king Thrasamund as part of Amalafrida's dowry. Apparently it had been recaptured by the Goths after the death of the Vandal queen, but Justinian urged that it was still the rightful possession of Gelimer, and therefore of himself, who now by the fortune of war was Gelimer's master. Then there were certain Huns, deserters from the Emperor's service, who had been allowed by the governor of Naples to enlist in the Gothic army. A Gothic general, who had to conduct some warlike operations near Sirmium, had crossed the Danube and sacked Gratiana, a city in Mœsia. All these grievances were rehearsed by the Imperial ambassador, who hinted, not obscurely, that war would follow if they were not redressed. In fact, however, the real object of the embassy which came with this formal statement of grievances was to discuss a strange proposition which had been made by Amalasuentha, one for the understanding of which we must go back a few years, we are not told exactly how many, to an event which illustrates the manner in which the Gothic princess conducted the education of her son. She wished, we are told, to have him brought up in all respects after the manner of the Romans, and forced him every day to go to the house of a grammarian to learn his lessons. Moreover, she chose out 3 Gothic ancients, men of wisdom and of calm, reasonable temperament, and assigned these venerable persons to Athalaric as his constant companions. This manner of training the kingly boy did not at all suit the ideas of the Goths, the Roman historian says, because they wished him to be trained in more barbaric style, in order that they might have the more liberty for oppressing their subjects. A modern historian may suggest, because they remembered their own childhood and knew what was in the heart of a boy, of which Amalasuentha, who was evidently elderly and wise in her cradle, had no conception. One day, for some childish offence, the young king was slapped in the face by his mother, and thereupon, in a tempest of passionate tears, he burst out of the woman's apartments and appeared sobbing in the men's hall of audience. All Gothic hearts were stirred when they saw the princely Amal thus mishandled, and the warriors began to hint the insulting suspicion that Amalasuentha wished to educate her child into his grave, that she might marry again and make her new husband king of the Goths and Romans. The nobles of the nation were gathered together, and seeking an audience with the princess, their spokesman thus addressed her: "O lady, you are not dealing justly by us, nor doing that which is expedient for the nation, in your way of educating your son. Letters and book learning are very different from manly courage and fortitude, and to hand a lad over to the teaching of greybeards is generally the way to make him a coward and a caitiff. He who is to do daring deeds and win glory in the world must be emancipated from fear of the pedagogue and be practising martial exercises. Your father Theodoric would never suffer his Goths to send their sons to the grammarian school, for he used to say, "If they fear their teacher's strap now, they will never look on sword or javelin without a shudder." And he himself, who won the lordship of such wide lands, and died king of so fair a kingdom which he had not inherited from his fathers, knew nothing even by hearsay of this book learning. Therefore, lady, you must say good–bye to these pedagogues, and give Athalaric companions of his own age, who may grow up with him to manhood, and make of him a valiant king after the pattern of the barbarians. Amalasuentha listened with outward calmness to this harangue, and though filled with secret indignation, recognised the people's voice to which she was forced to bow. The meek old men were removed from Athalaric's bedchamber. He was released from his daily attendance on the grammarian, and some young Gothic nobles were assigned to him as associates. But the rebound was too sudden. His barbarian comrades led astray the young king's heart after wine and women. His health began to be undermined by his excesses, and the surly ill nature which he manifested towards his mother was a sure indication of the defenceless position in which she would find herself as soon as her son should assume the reins of government. Feeling these reins slipping from her grasp, she opened secret negotiations with Justinian to assure herself of his protection in case she should be driven from Italy by rebellion. But in the meantime she singled out 3 of the Gothic nobles who had been prominent in the revolt against her authority, and sent them, on one pretext or another connected with the defence of the realm, to widely separated towns on the extreme borders of Italy. Though severed, they still found means to hold mutual communications and to plot the downfall of the princess. Informed of this conspiracy, she freighted a vessel with £40,000 weight of gold, £1,600,000 sterling, and sent it to Dyrrhachium, on the eastern shore of the Adriatic, to await her further orders. If things should go ill with her, she would thus, in any event, have a line of retreat opened towards Constantinople, and a comfortable subsistence assured to her in that capital. Having taken these precautions, she gave a commission to some of her bravest and most devoted followers, for she evidently had a strong party in her favour, to seek out the 3 disaffected nobles in their various places of banishment and put them to death. Her henchmen obeyed her bidding. No popular tumult was excited. The sceptre seemed to be more firmly than ever grasped by the hand of the princess. The ship, without having discharged its cargo, was ordered back from Dyrrhachium, and there came a slight lull in the underground negotiations with Constantinople. But another candidate for the favours of Justinian was also appearing in the royal family of the Goths. Theodahad, son of Amalafrida, and therefore nephew of Theodoric, was a man now pretty far advanced in middle life. He had received in his boyhood that literary and rhetorical training which Amalasuentha yearned to bestow on her son. He was well versed in the works of the Roman orators, and could discourse learnedly on the dialogues of Plato. Unhappily, this varnish of intellectual culture covered a thoroughly vile and rotten character. He was averse to all the warlike employments of his forefathers, but his whole heart was set on robbery, under the form of civilisation, by means of extortion and chicane. He had received from his uncle ample estates in the fertile province of Tuscany, but he was one who, as the common people said, could not endure a neighbour, and on one pretence or another he was perpetually adding farm after farm and villa after villa to his enormous property. Already during his uncle's reign the grave pen of Cassiodorus had been twice employed to censure Theodahad's avarice, a vulgar vice which the kinsman of the king and a man of Amal blood is especially bound to avoid, and to complain that you, who should have shown an example of glorious moderation, have caused the scandal of high-handed spoliation. After Theodoric's death the process of unjust accumulation went on rapidly. From every part of Tuscany the cry went up that the provincials were being oppressed and their lands taken from them on no pretext whatever, and the counts of the royal patrimony had to complain that even the king's domain was suffering from Theodahad's depredations. He was summoned to the Comitatus or King's Court at Ravenna. His various acts of alleged spoliation were inquired into. Their injustice was clearly proved, and he was compelled by Amalasuentha to restore the wrongfully appropriated lands. It was perhaps before this process was actually begun, but after Theodahad was made aware that the clamour against him was growing louder and had reached the ears of his cousin, that he sought an interview with the bishops of Ephesus and Philippi, who had come over to Italy on some ecclesiastical errand from the Emperor to the Pope. To these clerical ambassadors Theodahad made the extraordinary proposal that Justinian should buy of him the province of Tuscany for a certain large sum of money, to which was to be added the dignity of a senator of Constantinople. If this negotiation could be carried through, the diligent student of Plato and Cicero proposed to end his days in dignified retirement at the Eastern capital. We may now return to the Palace of Ravenna, and be present at the audience granted, probably in the summer of 534, by Amalasuentha to Alexander, the ambassador of Justinian. To the demands for the surrender of Lilybæum and the complaints as to the enlistment of Hunnish deserters, Amalasuentha made in public a suitable and spirited reply. It was not the part of a great and courageous monarch to pick a quarrel with an orphaned king, too young to be accurately informed of what was going on in all parts of his dominions, about such paltry matters as the possession of Lilybæum, a barren and worthless rock of Sicily, about 10 wild Huns who had sought refuge in Italy, and about the offence which the Gothic soldiers had, in their ignorance, committed against a friendly city in Mœsia. Justinian should look at the other side of the account, should remember the aid and comfort which his soldiers, on their expedition against the Vandals, had received from the friendly Ostrogoths in Sicily, and should ask himself whether without that aid he would ever have recovered possession of Africa. If Lilybæum did belong by right to the Emperor, it was not too great a reward for him to bestow on his young ally for such opportune assistance. This was publicly the answer of Amalasuentha, a bold and determined refusal to surrender the rock of Lilybæum. In her private interview with the ambassador, she assured him that she was ready to fulfil her compact and make arrangements for the transfer to the Emperor of the whole of Italy. When the two sets of ambassadors, civil and ecclesiastical, returned to Constantinople, the Emperor perceived that here were two negotiations to be carried on of the most delicate kind, and requiring the presence of a master of diplomacy. He accordingly dispatched to Ravenna a rhetorician named Peter, a man of considerable intellectual endowments. He was a historian as well as an orator, and one who had, 18 years before, held the high office of consul. But it was apparently winter before Peter started on his journey, and when he arrived at Aulon, now Valona, just opposite Brindisi, he heard such startling tidings as to the events which had occurred on the Italian side of the Adriatic, that he waited there and asked for further instructions from his master as to the course which he was to pursue in the existing position of affairs. First of all came the death of the unhappy lad Athalaric in his 18th year, the victim of unwise strictness followed by unwise licence, and of the barbarian's passion for swinish and sensual pleasures. When her son was dead, Amalasuentha, who had an instinctive feeling that the Goths would never submit to undisguised female sovereignty, took a strange and desperate resolution. She sent for Theodahad, now the only surviving male of the stock of Theodoric, and, fashioning her lips to a smile, began to apologise for the humiliating sentence which had been issued against him from the king's court. She had known all along, she said, that her boy would die, and as he, Theodahad, would then be the one hope of Theodoric's line, she had wished to abate his unpopularity and set him straight with his future subjects by strictly enforcing their rights against him. Now all that was over, his record was clear, and she was ready to invite him to become the partner of her throne. But first he must swear the most solemn oaths that he would be satisfied with the name of royalty, and that the actual power should remain, as it had done for 9 years, in the hands of Amalasuentha. Theodahad cheerfully swore tremendous oaths to the observance of this compact. Proclamations in the name of the 2 sovereigns were put forth to all the Goths and Italians. In them Theodahad grovelled in admiration of the wisdom, the virtue, the eloquence of the noble lady who had raised him to so high a station, and who had done him the inestimable favour of making him feel her justice before she bestowed upon him her grace. Few weeks, however, passed before Amalasuentha was a prisoner, hurried away to a little lonely island in the Lake of Bolsena in Tuscany by order of the partner of her throne. Having taken this step, Theodahad began with craven apologies to excuse it to the Eastern Caesar. He had done no harm to Amalasuentha; he would do no harm to her, though she had been guilty of the most nefarious designs against him. He only sought to protect her from the vengeance of the kinsmen of the 3 Gothic nobles whom she had murdered. An embassy composed of Roman senators was ordered to carry this tale to Justinian and to confirm it by a letter which, under duress, had been wrung from the unfortunate princess in her prison. When the ambassadors arrived at Constantinople, one of them spoke the words of the part which had been set down for him, and declared that Theodahad had done nothing against Amalasuentha of which any reasonable complaint could be made. But the others, headed by the brave Liberius, a man of singularly high and noble nature, and of the most watchful regard to truth, told the whole story exactly as it had happened to the Emperor. The result was a dispatch to the ambassador Peter, enjoining him to find means of assuring Amalasuentha that Justinian would exert all his influence for her safety, and to inform Theodahad publicly, in the presence of all his counsellors, that it was at his own peril that he would touch a hair of the head of the Gothic queen. Scarcely, however, had Peter touched the Italian shore, he had not conveyed a letter to the prison, nor uttered a word in the palace, when the sad tragedy was ended. The relations of the 3 nobles, who had blood feud with the queen, and who were perhaps, according to the code of barbarian morality, justified in avenging their death, made their way to Amalasuentha's island prison, and there, in that desolate abode, the daughter of Theodoric met her death at their hands, dying with all that stately dignity and cold self-possession with which she had lived. Justinian's ambassador at once proceeded to the king's court, and there, in the presence of all the Gothic nobles, denounced the foul deed which they had permitted to be done, and declared that for this there must be truceless war between the Emperor and them. Theodahad, as stupid as he was vile, renewed his ridiculous protestations that he had no part in the violence done to Amalasuentha, but had heard of it with the utmost regret, and this although he had already rewarded the murderers with signal tokens of his favour. Thus, by the folly of the wise and the criminal audacity of the coward, had a train been laid for the destruction of the Ostrogothic kingdom. All the petty pretexts for war, the affair of Lilybæum, the Hunnish deserters, the sack of Gratiana, faded into insignificance before this new and most righteous cause of quarrel. If Hildoric's deposition had been avenged by the capture of Carthage, with far more justice might the death of the noble Amalasuentha be avenged by the capture of Ravenna and of Rome. In the great war which was soon to burst upon Italy, Justinian could figure not only as the protector of the provincials, not only as the defender of the Catholics, but as the avenger of the blood of the daughter of Theodoric. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Belisarius. The Emperor's preparations for the Gothic War were soon made, and in the summer of 535 two armies were sent forth from Constantinople, one destined to act on the east and the other on the west of the Adriatic. When we think of the mighty armaments by means of which Pompey and Caesar, or even Licinius and Constantine, had contended for the mastery of the Roman world, the forces entrusted to the generals of Justinian seemed strangely small. We are not informed of the precise number of the army sent to Dalmatia, but the whole tenor of the narrative leads us to infer that it consisted of not more than 3,000 or 4,000 men. It fought with varying fortunes, but with ultimate success. Salona, the Dalmatian capital, was taken by the Imperial army, wrested from them by the Goths, retaken by the Imperialists. The Imperial general, a brave old barbarian named Mundus, fell dead by the side of his slaughtered son. But another general took his place, and being well supported by a naval expedition, succeeded, as has been said, in reconquering Salona, drove out the Gothic generals, and reincorporated Dalmatia with the Empire. This province, which had for many generations been treated almost as a part of Italy, was now for 4 centuries to be for the most part a dependency of Constantinople. The Dalmatian War was ended by the middle of 536. But it was of course to the Italian expedition that the eyes of the spectators of the great drama were most eagerly turned. Here Belisarius commanded, peerless among the generals of his own age, and not surpassed by many of preceding or following ages. The force under his command consisted of only 7,500 men, the greater part of whom were of barbarian origin: Huns, Moors, Isaurians, Gepidæ, Heruli, but they were welded together by that instinct of military discipline, and that unbounded admiration for their great commander and confidence in his success, which is the surest herald of victory. Not only in nationality, but in mode of fighting, they were utterly unlike the armies with which republican Rome had won the sovereignty of the world. In those days it might have been truly said to the inhabitant of the seven-hilled city, as Macaulay has imagined Capys saying to Romulus: "Thine, Roman, is the pilum, Roman, the sword is thine, the even trench, the bristling mound, the legion's ordered line." But now centuries of fighting with barbarian foes, especially with the nimble squadrons of Persia, had completely changed the character of the Imperial tactics. It was to the deadly aim of his Hippotoxotai, mounted bowmen, that Belisarius, in pondering over his victories, ascribed his astonishing success. He said that at the beginning of his first great battle he had carefully studied the characteristic differences of each army in order that he might prevent his little band from being overborne by sheer force of numbers. The chief difference which he noted was that almost all the Roman, Imperialist soldiers and their Hunnish allies were good Hippotoxotai, while the Goths had none of them practised the art of shooting on horseback. Their cavalry fought only with javelins and swords, and their archers fought on foot covered by the horsemen. Thus, till the battle became a hand-to-hand encounter, the horsemen could make no reply to the arrows discharged at them from a distance, and were therefore easily thrown into disorder, while the foot soldiers, though able to reply to the enemy's archers, could not stand against the charges of his horse. From this passage we can see what were the means by which Belisarius won his great victories. While the Goth, with his huge broadsword and great javelin, chafing for a hand-to-hand encounter with the foe, found himself mowed down by the arrows of a distant enemy, the nimble barbarian who called himself a Roman soldier discharged his arrows at the cavalry, dashed in impetuous onset against the infantry, wheeled round, feigned flight, sent his arrows against the two eagerly advancing horsemen; in fact, by Parthian tactics won a Roman victory, or to use a more modern illustration, the Hippotoxotai were the mounted rifles of the Imperial army. The expedition under the command of Belisarius made its first attack on the Gothic kingdom in Sicily. Here the campaign was little more than a triumphant progress. In reliance on its professions of loyalty, Theodoric and his successors had left the wealthy and prosperous island almost bare of Gothic troops, and now the provincials, eager to form once more a part of the eternal Roman Empire, opened the gates of city after city to the troops of Justinian. Only at Palermo was a stout resistance made by the Gothic soldiers who garrisoned the city. The walls were strong, and that part of them which bordered on the harbour was thought to be so high and massive as to not need the defence of soldiers. When unobserved by the foe, Belisarius hoisted up his men, seated in boats, to the yard-arms of his ships, and made them clamber out of the boats on to the unguarded parapet. This daring manoeuvre gave him the complete command of the Gothic position, and the garrison capitulated without delay. So was the whole island of Sicily won over to the realm of Justinian before the end of 535, and Belisarius, consul for the year, rode through the streets of Syracuse on the last day of his term of office, scattering his donative to the shouting soldiers and citizens. Operations in 536, the second year of the war, were suspended for some months by a military mutiny at Carthage, which called for the presence of Belisarius in Africa. But the mutineers quailed before the very name of their late commander. Carthage was delivered from the siege wherewith they were closely pressing it, a battle was won in the open field, and the rebellion, though not yet finally crushed, was sufficiently weakened for Belisarius to return to Sicily in the late spring of 536. He crossed the Straits of Messina, landed in Italy, was received by the provincials of Bruttii and Lucania with open arms, and met with no check to his progress till, probably in the early days of June, he stood with his army under the walls of the little town of Neapolis, which in our own days is represented by a successor 10 times as large, the superbly situated city of Naples. Here a strong Gothic garrison held the place for Theodahad, and prevented the surrender which many of the citizens, especially those of the poorer class, would gladly have made. An orator, who was sent by the Neapolitans to plead their cause in the general's camp, vainly endeavoured to persuade Belisarius to march forward to Rome, leaving the fate of Naples to be decided under the walls of the capital. The Imperial general could not leave so strong a place untaken in his rear, and though himself anxious enough to meet Theodahad, commenced the siege of the city. His land army was supported by the fleet which was anchored in the harbour, yet the operations of the siege languished, and after 20 days Belisarius seemed to be no nearer winning the prize of war than on the first day. But just then one of his soldiers, a brave and active Isaurian mountaineer, reported that he had found a means of entering the empty aqueduct through which, till Belisarius severed the communication, water had been supplied to the city. The passage was narrow, and at one point the rock had to be filed away to allow the soldiers to pass, but all this was done without arousing the suspicions of the besieged, and one night Belisarius sent 600 soldiers, headed by the Isaurian, into the aqueduct, having arranged with them the precise portion of the walls to which they were to rush as soon as they emerged into the city. The daring attempt succeeded. The soldiers found themselves in a large cavern with a narrow opening at the top, on the brink of which was a cottage. Some of the most active among them swarmed up the sides of the cave, found the cottage inhabited by one old woman who was easily frightened into silence, and let down a stout leather thong which they fastened to the stem of an olive tree, and by which all their comrades mounted. They rushed to that part of the walls beneath which Belisarius was standing, blew their trumpets, and assisted the besiegers to ascend. The Gothic garrison were taken prisoners and treated honourably by Belisarius. The city suffered some of the usual horrors of a sack from the wild Hunnish soldiers of the Empire, but these were somewhat mitigated, and the citizens who had been taken prisoners were restored to liberty in compliance with the earnest entreaties of Belisarius. The fall of Neapolis, to whose assistance no Gothic army had marched, and the unhindered conquest of southern Italy crowned the already towering edifice of Theodahad's unpopularity. It is not likely that this selfish and unwarlike pedant, and Nithing as they probably called him, had ever been aught but a most unwelcome necessity to the lion-hearted Ostrogoths, and for all but the families and friends of the 3 slain noblemen the imprisonment and the permitted murder of his benefactress must have deepened dislike into horror. His dishonest intrigues with Constantinople were known to many, intrigues in which even after Amalasuentha's death he still offered himself and his crown for sale to the Emperor, and the Emperor, notwithstanding his brave words about a truceless war, seemed willing to pay the caitiff his price. Some gleams of success which shone upon the Gothic arms in Dalmatia towards the end of 535 filled the feeble soul of Theodahad with presumptuous hope, and he broke off with arrogant faithlessness the negotiations which he had begun. Still, with all the gallant men under him longing to be employed, he struck not one blow for his crown and country, but shut himself up in his palace, seeking by the silliest auguries to ascertain the issue of the war. The most notable of these vaticinations was the augury of the hogs, which he practised by the advice of a certain Jewish magician. He shut up in separate pens 3 batches of hogs, each batch consisting of 10. One batch was labelled Romans, meaning the Latin-speaking inhabitants of Italy, another Goths, and the third soldiers of the Emperor. They were all left for a certain number of days without food, and when the appointed day was come and the pens were opened, all the Gothic hogs but 2 were found dead. The Emperor's soldiers, with very few exceptions, were living. Of the Romans, half only were alive, and all had lost their bristles. Ridiculous as the manner of divination was, it furnished no inapt type of the miseries which the Gothic war was to bring upon all concerned in it, and not least upon that Latin population which was still so keen to open its gates to Belisarius. But, as I have said, when Neapolis had fallen, the brave Gothic warriors felt that they had submitted too long to the rule of a dastard like Theodahad. They met in arms, a nation parliament, on the plain of Regeta, about 43 miles from Rome in the direction of Terracina. Here there was plenty of grass for the pasture of their horses, and here, while the steeds grazed, the dismounted riders could deliberate as to the fortunes of the state. There was to be found a unanimous determination that Theodahad should be dethroned, and, instead of him, they raised on the shield Witigis, a man somewhat past middle age, not of noble birth, who had distinguished himself by his deeds of valour 30 years before in the war of Sirmium. As soon as Theodahad heard the tidings of his deposition, he sought to escape with all speed to Ravenna. The new king ordered a Goth named Optaris to pursue him and bring him back, alive or dead. Optaris had his own wrongs to avenge, for he had lost a rich and beautiful bride through Theodahad's purchased interference on behalf of another suitor. He followed him day and night, came up with him while still on the road, made him lie down on the pavement, and cut his throat as a priest cuts the throat of a victim. So did Theodahad perish, one of the meanest insects that ever crawled across the page of history. Witigis, the new king of the Goths, had personal courage and some experience of battles, but he was no statesman and, as the event proved, no general. By his advice the Goths committed the astounding blunder of abandoning Rome and concentrating their forces for defence in the north of Italy. It is true that a garrison of 4,000 Goths was left in the city under the command of the brave veteran Leudaris, but, unsupported by any army in the field, this body of men was too small to hold so vast a city unless they were aided by the inhabitants. As for Witigis, he marched northward to Ravenna with the bulk of the Gothic army, and there celebrated, not a victory, but a marriage. The only remaining scion of the race of Theodoric was a young girl named Amalasuentha, the sister of Athalaric. In some vain hope of consolidating his dynasty, Witigis divorced his wife and married this young princess. The marriage was, as might have been expected, an unhappy one. Amalasuentha shared the Romanising tendencies of her mother, and her spirit revolted against the alleged reasons of state which gave her this elderly and low-born barbarian for a husband. In the darkest hour of the Gothic fortunes, Amalasuentha was suspected of opening secret negotiations with the Imperial leaders, and even of seeking to aid the progress of their arms by crime. By the end of November 536, Belisarius, partly aided by the treachery of the Gothic general who commanded in Samnium, had recovered for the Empire all that part of the Italian peninsula which, till lately, formed the kingdom of Naples. Pope Silverius, though he had sworn under duress an oath of fealty to King Witigis, sent messengers offering to surrender the Eternal City, and the 4,000 Goths, learning what negotiations were going forward, came to the conclusion that it was hopeless for them to attempt to defend the city against such a general as Belisarius and against the declared wish of its citizens. They accordingly marched out of Rome by a northern gate as Belisarius entered it on the south. The brave old Leudaris, refusing to abandon his trust, was taken prisoner and sent, together with the keys of the city, to Justinian, the most undoubted evidences of victory. Belisarius took up his headquarters in the Pincian Palace, on that hill at the north of the city which is now the fashionable promenade of the Roman aristocracy, and from thence commanded a wide outlook over that part of the Campagna on which, as he knew, a besieging army would shortly encamp. He set to work with all speed to repair the walls of the city, which had been first erected by Aurelian and afterwards repaired by Honorius at dates respectively 260 and 130 years before the entry of Belisarius. Time and barbarian sieges had wrought much havoc on the line of defence. The work of repair had to be done in haste, and to this day some archaeologists think that it is possible to recognise the parts repaired by Belisarius through the rough style of the work and the heterogeneous nature of the materials employed in it. All through the winter months his ships were constantly arriving with cargoes of corn from Sicily, which were safely stored away in the great state warehouses. These preparations were viewed with dismay by the citizens, who had fondly imagined that their troubles were over when the Gothic soldiers marched forth by the Porta Flaminia, that any fighting which might follow would take place on some distant field, and that they would have nothing to do but calmly to await the issue of the combat. This, however, was by no means the general's idea of the right way of playing the game. He knew that the Goths immensely outnumbered his forces; he knew also that they were of old bad besiegers of cities, the work of siege requiring a degree of patience and scientific skill to which the barbarian nature could not attain, and his plan was to wear them down by compelling them to undertake a long and wearisome blockade before he tried conclusions with them in the open field. If the Roman clergy and people had known that this was in his thoughts, they would probably not have been so ready to welcome the eagles of the Emperor into their city. Some hint of the growing disaffection of the Roman people was carried to Ravenna, and quickened the impatience of Witigis, who was now eager to retrieve the blunder which he had committed in the evacuation of Rome. He marched southward with a large army, which is represented to us as consisting of 150,000 men, and in the early days of March he was already at the other end of the Milvian Bridge, about 2 miles from Rome. Belisarius had meant to dispute the passage of the Tiber at this point. The fort on the Tuscan side of the river was garrisoned, and a large body of soldiers was encamped on the Roman side. But when the garrison of the fort saw the vast multitude of the enemy, who at sunset pitched their tents upon the plain, they despaired of making a successful resistance, and abandoning the fort under the cover of the night, skulked off into the country districts of Latium. Thus one point of the game was thrown away. Next morning the Goths, finding their passage unopposed, marched quietly over the bridge and fell upon the Roman camp. A desperate battle followed, in which Belisarius, exposing himself more than a general should have done, did great deeds of valour. He was mounted on a noble steed, dark roan, with a white star on its forehead, which the barbarians, from that mark on its brow, called Balan. Some Imperial soldiers who had deserted to the enemy knew the steed and his rider, and shouted to their comrades to aim all their darts at Balan. So the cry "Balan, Balan" resounded through the Gothic ranks, and though only imperfectly understood by many of the utterers, had the effect of concentrating the fight round Belisarius and the dark roan steed. The general was nobly protected by the picked troops which formed his guard. They fell by scores around him, but he himself, desperately fighting, received never a wound, though 1,000 of the noblest Goths lay dead in the narrow space of ground where this Homeric combat had been going forward. The Imperialists not merely withstood the Gothic onset, but drove their opponents back to their camp, which had been already erected on the Roman bank of the Tiber. Fresh troops, especially of cavalry, issuing forth from thence, turned the tide of battle, and, overborne by irresistible numbers, Belisarius and his soldiers were soon in full flight towards Rome. When they arrived under the walls, with the barbarians so close behind them that they seemed to form one raging multitude, they found the gates closed against them by the panic-stricken garrison. Even Belisarius in vain shouted his orders to open the gates. In his gory face and dust-stained figure the defenders did not recognise their brilliant leader. A halt was called, a desperate charge was made upon the pursuing Goths, who were already beginning to pour down into the fosse. They were pushed back some distance, not far, but far enough to enable the Imperialists to reform their ranks, to make the presence of the general known to the defenders on the walls, to have the gates opened, and in some sort of military order to enter the city. Thus the sun set on Rome beleaguered, the barbarians outside the city, Belisarius, with his gallant band of soldiers, thinned but not disheartened by the struggle within its walls, and the citizens, with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips, "The foe, they come, they come". Of the great siege of Rome, which began on that day, early in March 537, and lasted a year and 9 days, till March 538, a siege perhaps the most memorable of all that Roma Æterna has seen and has groaned under, as part of the penalty of her undying greatness, it will be impossible here to give even a meagre outline. The events of those wonderful 374 days are chronicled almost with the graphic minuteness of a Kinglake by a man whom we may call the literary assessor of Belisarius, the rhetorician Procopius of Caesarea. One or two incidents of the siege may be briefly noticed here, and then we must hasten onwards towards its close. Owing to the vast size of Rome, not even the host of the Goths was able to accomplish a complete blockade of the city. They formed 7 camps, 6 on the left and 1 on the right bank of the Tiber, and they obstructed 8 out of its 14 gates. But while the east and south sides of the city were thus pretty effectually blockaded, there were large spaces in the western circuit by which it was tolerably easy for Belisarius to receive reinforcements, to bring in occasional convoys of provisions, and to send away non-combatants who diminished his resisting power. One of the hardest blows dealt by the barbarians was their severance of the 11 great aqueducts from which Rome received its water. This privation of an element so essential to the health and comfort of the Roman under the Empire, who resorted to the bath as a modern Italian resorts to the café or the music hall, was felt as a terrible blow by all classes, and wrought a lasting change, and not a beneficial one, in the habits of the citizens and in the sanitary condition of Rome. It also seemed likely to have an injurious effect on the food supply of the city, since the mills in which corn was ground for the daily rations of the people were turned by water power derived from the aqueduct of Trajan. Belisarius, however, always fertile in resource, a man who, had he lived in the 19th century, would assuredly have been a great engineer, contrived to make Father Tiber grind out the daily supply of flour for his Roman children. He moored 2 barges in the narrowest part of the stream, where the current was the strongest, put his millstones on board of them, and hung a water wheel between them to turn his mills. These river water mills continued to be used on the Tiber all through the Middle Ages, and even until they were superseded by the introduction of steam. The Goths did not resign themselves to the slow languors of a blockade till they had made one vigorous and confident attempt at a storm. On the 18th day of the siege, the terrified Romans saw from their windows the mighty armament approaching the city. A number of wooden towers, as high as the walls, mounted on wheels, and drawn by the stout oxen of Etruria, moved menacingly forward amid the triumphant shouts of the barbarians, each of whom had a bundle of boughs and reeds under his arm, ready to be thrown into the fosse, and so prepare a level surface upon which the terrible engines might approach the walls. To resist this attack, Belisarius had prepared a large number of ballistae, gigantic crossbows worked by machinery and discharging a short wedge-like bolt with such force as to break trees or stones, had planted on the walls great slings which the soldiers called wild asses (onagri), and had set in each gate the deadly machine known as the wolf, and which was a kind of double portcullis worked both from above and from below. But though the Gothic host was approaching with its threatening towers close to the walls, Belisarius would not give the signal, and not a ballista nor a wild ass was allowed to hurl its missiles against the foe. He only laughed aloud, and bade the soldiers do nothing till he gave the word of command. To the citizens this seemed an evil jest, and they grumbled aloud at the impudence of the general who chose this moment of terrible suspense for merriment. But now, when the Goths were close to the fosse, Belisarius lifted his bow, singled out a mail-clad chief, and sent an arrow through his neck, inflicting a deadly wound. A great shout of triumph rose from the Imperial soldiers as the proudly accoutred barbarian rolled in the dust. Another shot, another Gothic chief slain, and again a shout of triumph. Then the signal to shoot was given to the soldiers, and hundreds of bolts from wild ass and ballista were hurtling through the air, aimed not at Gothic soldiers but at the luckless oxen that drew the ponderous towers. The beasts being slain, it was impossible for the Goths, who were immediately under the walls and exposed to a deadly discharge of arrows from the battlements, to move their towers either backward or forward, and there they remained, mere laughing-stocks in their huge immobility, till the end of the day, when they, with all the rest of the Gothic enginery, were given as prey to the flames. Then men understood the meaning of the laughter of Belisarius as he watched the preparations of the barbarians, and derided their childish simplicity in supposing that he would allow them calmly to move up their towers till they touched his wall, without using his artillery to cripple their advance. Though the attack with the towers had thus failed, there was still fierce fighting to be done on the south-east and north-west of the city. At the Praenestine Gate (Porta Maggiore), that noble structure which is formed out of the arcades of the aqueducts, there was a desperate onslaught of the barbarians, which at one time seemed likely to be successful, but a sudden sortie of Belisarius, taking them in the rear, turned them to headlong flight. In the opposite quarter, the Aurelian Gate was commanded by the mighty tomb fortress then known as the Mausoleum of Hadrian, and now, in its dismantled and degraded state, as the Castle of Sant' Angelo. Here the peculiar shape of the fortress prevented the defenders from using their ballistae with proper effect on the advancing foe, and when the besiegers were close under the walls, the bolts from the engines flew over their heads. It seemed as if, after all, by the Aurelian Gate the barbarians would enter Rome, when, by a happy instinct, the garrison turned to the marble statues which surrounded the tomb, wrenched them from their bases, and rained down such a terrible shower of legs and arms and heads of gods and goddesses on their barbarian assailants that these soon fled in utter confusion. The whole result of this great day of assault was to convince Witigis and his counsellors that the city could not be taken in that manner, and that the siege must be turned into a blockade. A general sally which Belisarius ordered, against his better judgment, in order to still the almost mutinous clamours of his troops, and which took place about the 50th day of the siege, proved almost as disastrous for the Romans as the assault had done for the Goths. It was manifest that this was not a struggle which could be ended by a single blow on either side. All the miseries of a long siege must be endured by both attackers and attacked, and the only question was on which side patience would first give way, whether the Romans under roofs but short of provisions, or the Goths, better fed but encamped on the deadly Campagna, would be the first to succumb to hunger and disease. Witigis had been in his day a brave soldier, but he evidently knew nothing of the art of war. He allowed Belisarius to disencumber himself of many useless consumers of food by sending the women, the children, and the slaves out of the city. His attention was disturbed by feigned attacks, when the reinforcements which were tardily sent by Justinian, and the convoys of provisions which had been collected by the wife of Belisarius, the Marshal Antonina, were to be brought within the walls. And, lastly, when at length, about the 9th month of the siege, he proposed a truce and the reopening of negotiations with Constantinople, he did not even insert in the conditions of the truce any limit to the quantity of supplies which under its cover the Imperialists might introduce into the city. Thus he played the game of his wily antagonist, and abandoned all the advantages, and they were not many, which the 9 months of blockade had won for him. The parleyings which preceded this truce have an especial interest for us, whose forefathers were at this very time engaged in making England their own. The Goths, after complaining that Justinian had broken the solemn compact made between Zeno and Theodoric as to the conquest of Italy from Odovacar, went on to propose terms of compromise. They were willing, they said, for the sake of peace, to give up Sicily, that large and wealthy island, so important to a ruler who had now become master of Africa. Belisarius answered with sarcastic courtesy: "Such great benefits should be repaid in kind. We will concede to the Goths the possession of the whole island of Britain, which is much larger than Sicily, and which was once possessed by the Romans, as Sicily was once possessed by the Goths. Of course that country, though much larger than Sicily, was one the possession of which was absolutely unimportant to the Emperor and his general. What mattered it, they might well say, who owned that misty and poverty-stricken island? The oysters of Rutupiæ, some fine watchdogs from Caledonia, a little lead from the Malvern Hills, and some cargoes of corn and wool, this was all that the Empire had ever gained from her troublesome conquest. Even in the world of mind, Britain had done nothing more than give birth to one second-rate heretic. the curse of poverty and of barbarous insignificance was upon her, and would remain upon her till the end of time. The truce, as will be easily understood, brought no alleviation to the sufferings of the Goths, who were now almost more besieged than besiegers, and who were dying by the thousands in the unhealthy Campagna. Before the end of March, 538, they broke up their encampment, and marched in sullen gloom northwards to defend Ravenna, which was already being threatened by the operations of a lieutenant of Belisarius. The 150,000 men who had hastened to Rome, dreading lest the Imperialists should escape before they could encompass the city, were reduced to but a small portion of that number, perhaps not many more than the 10,000, which, after all his reinforcements had been received, seems to have been the greatest number of actual soldiers serving under Belisarius in the defence of Rome. I pass rapidly over the events of 538 and 539. The Imperial generals pressed northwards along the Flaminian Way. Urbino, Rimini, Osimo, and other cities in this region were taken by them. But the Goths fought hard, though they gave little proof of strategic skill. And once, when they recaptured the great city of Milan, it looked as though they might almost be about to turn the tide of conquest. Evidently they were far less demoralised by their past prosperity than the Vandals. Perhaps also the Roman population of Italy, who had met with far gentler and more righteous treatment from the Ostrogoths than their compeers in Africa had met with from the Vandals, and who were now suffering the horrors of famine owing to the operations of the contending armies, assisted the operations of the Byzantine invaders less than the Roman provincials in Africa had done. Whatever the cause, it was not till the early months of 540, nearly 5 years after the beginning of the war, that Belisarius and his army stood before the walls and among the rivers of Ravenna, almost the last stronghold of Witigis. Belisarius blockaded the city, and his blockade was a far more stringent one than that which Witigis had drawn around Rome. Still, there was the ancient and well-founded reputation for impregnability of the great Adrian city, and moreover, just at this time, the ambassadors sent by Witigis to Justinian returned from Constantinople bearing the Emperor's consent to a compromise. Italy, south of the Po, was to revert to the Empire. North of that river, the Goths were still to hold it, and the royal treasure was to be equally divided between the two states. Belisarius called a council of war, and all his officers signed a written opinion that the proposals of the Emperor were excellent, and that no better terms could be obtained from the barbarians. This, however, was by no means the secret thought of Belisarius, who had set his heart on taking Witigis as a captive to Constantinople and laying the keys of Ravenna at his master's feet. A strange proposition which came from the beleaguered city seemed to open the way to the accomplishment of his purpose. The Gothic nobles suggested that he, the great captain, whose might in war they had experienced, should become their leader, should mount the throne of Theodoric, and should be crowned King of the Italians and Goths, the change in the order of the names indicating the subordinate position which the humbled barbarians were willing to assume. Belisarius seemed to acquiesce in the proposal, though his secretary assures us that he never harboured a thought of disloyalty to his master, and received the oath of the Gothic envoys for the surrender of the city, postponing his own coronation oath to his new subjects till he could swear it in the presence of Witigis and all his nobles, for Witigis too was a consenting, nay an eager, party to the transaction. Thus, by an act of dissimulation which brought some stain on his knightly honour, we are tempted to use the language of chivalry in speaking of these events, but which left no stain on his loyalty to the Emperor of Rome, did Belisarius obtain possession of the impregnable Ravenna. He marched in, he and his veterans, into the famine-stricken city. When the Gothic women saw the little dark men filing past them through the streets, and contrasted them with their own long-limbed, flaxen-haired giants, they spat in the faces of their husbands and said: "Are you men, to have allowed yourselves to be beaten by such mannikins as these?" Before the triumphal entry was finished, the Goths had no doubt discovered that they were duped. No coronation oath was sworn. Belisarius, still the humble servant of Justinianus Augustus, did not allow himself to be raised on the shield and saluted as king of the Italians and Goths. The Gothic warriors were kindly treated, but dismissed to their farms between the Apennines and the Adriatic. Ravenna was once again an imperial city, and destined to remain so for 2 centuries. Witigis, with his wife and children, were carried captives to Constantinople, where, before many years were over, the dethroned monarch died. His widow, Amalasuentha, was soon remarried to Germanus, the nephew of Justinian, and thus the granddaughter of Theodoric obtained that position as a great lady of Byzantium, which was far more gratifying to her taste than the rude royalty of Ravenna. There is one more personage whose subsequent fortunes must be briefly glanced at here. Cassiodorus, the minister of Theodoric and Amalasuentha, remained, as we regret to find, in the service of Theodahad when sole king, and composed his stilted sentences at the bidding of Amalasuentha's murderer. Witigis also employed him to write his address to his subjects on ascending the throne. He does not seem to have taken any part in the siege of Rome, and before the tide of war rolled back upon Ravenna he had withdrawn from public affairs. He retired to his native town, Squillace, high up on the Calabrian hills, and there founded a monastery and a hermitage, in the superintendence of which his happy years glided on till he died, having nearly completed a century of life. His was one of the first and greatest of the literary monasteries which, by perpetuating copies of the Scriptures and the Greek and Roman classics, have conferred so great a boon on posterity. When Ceolfrid, the Abbot of Jarrow, would offer to the Holy Father at Rome a most priceless gift, he sent the far-famed Codex Amiatinus, a copy of the Vulgate, made by a disciple of Cassiodorus, if not by Cassiodorus himself. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Totila. With the fall of Ravenna and the captivity of King Witigis, it seemed as if the chapter of Ostrogothic domination of Italy was ended. In fact, however, the war was prolonged for a further period of 13 years, a time glorious for the Goths, disgraceful for the Empire, full of lamentation and woe for the unhappy country which was to be the prize of victory. The departure of Belisarius, summoned to the East by his master in order to conduct another Persian war, left the newly won provinces on an incline sloping downwards to anarchy. Of all the generals who remained behind, brave and capable men as some of them were, there was none who possessed the unquestioned ascendancy of Belisarius, either in genius or character. Each thought himself as good as the others; there was no subordination, no hearty co-operation towards a common end, but instead of these necessary conditions of success, there was an eager emulation in the race towards wealth, and in this ignoble contest the unhappy Roman, the Italian landholder, for whose sake, nominally, the Gothic war was undertaken, found himself pillaged and trampled upon as he had never been by the most brutal of the barbarians. Nor were the military officers the only offenders. A swarm of civil servants flew westwards from Byzantium and lighted on the unhappy country. Their duty was to extort money by any and all means for their master, their pleasure to accumulate fortunes for themselves. But whether the Logothete plundered for the Emperor or for himself, the Italian taxpayer equally had the lifeblood sucked from his veins. Even the soldiers by whom the marvellous victories of the last 5 years had been won found themselves at the mercy of this hateful bureaucracy. Arrears of pay left undischarged, fines inflicted, everything done to force upon their embittered souls the reflection that they had served a mean and ungrateful master. Of all these oppressors of Italy, none was more justly abhorred than Alexander the Logothete. This man, who was placed at the head of the financial administration, and who seems by virtue of that position to have been practically supreme in all but military operations, had been lifted from a very humble sphere to eminence, from poverty to boundless wealth, but the one justification which he could always offer for his self-advancement was this, that no one else had been so successful as he in filling the coffers of his master. The soldiers were, by his proceedings against them, reduced to a poor, miserable, and despised remnant. The Roman inhabitants of Italy, especially the nobles, found that he hunted up with wonderful keenness and assiduity, and enforced with relentless sternness all the claims, and they were probably not a few, which the easy-tempered Gothic kings had suffered to lapse. In their simplicity, these nobles may have imagined that they could plead that they were serving the Emperor by withholding contributions from the barbarian. Not so, however. Theodoric, now that his dynasty had been overthrown, became again a legitimate ruler, and Justinian as his heir would exact to the uttermost his unclaimed rights. The nature of the grasping Logothete was well known in his own country, and the Byzantines, using the old Greek weapon of satire against an unpopular ruler, called him Alexander the Scissors, declaring that there was no one so clever as he in clipping the gold coins of the currency without impairing their roundness. The result of all these oppressions and this misgovernment was to raise up in a marvellous manner the Gothic standard from the dust into which it had fallen. When Belisarius left Italy, only one city still remained to the Goths, the strong city of Ticinum, which is now known as Pavia, and which, from its magnificent position at the angle of the Ticino and the Po, was often in the early Middle Ages the last stronghold to be surrendered in north-western Italy. Here had the Goths chosen one of their nobles, Ildibad, for their king, but the new king had but 1,000 soldiers under him, and his might well seem a desperate cause. Before the end of 540, however, the departure of Belisarius, the wrangling among his successors, the oppressions of Alexander the Logothete, the disaffection of the ruined soldiery had completely changed the face of affairs. An army of considerable size, consisting in great measure of deserters from the Imperial standard, obeyed the orders of Ildibad. He won a great pitched battle near Treviso over Vitellius, the best of the Imperial generals, and the whole of Italy north of the Po again owned the sway of the Gothic king. Internal feuds delayed for a little time the revival of the strength of the barbarians. There was strife between Ildibad and the family of the deposed Witigis, and this strife led to Ildibad's assassination and to the election of an utterly incapable successor, Eraric the Rugian. But in the autumn of 541 all these domestic discords were at an end. Eraric had been slain, and the nephew of Ildibad was the universally recognised king of the Ostrogoths. This man, who was destined to reign for 11 years, twice to stand as conqueror within the walls of Rome, to bring back almost the whole of Italy under the dominion of his people, to be in a scarcely lower degree than Theodoric himself the hero and champion of the Ostrogothic race, was the young and gallant Totila. With true statesmanlike instinct, the new king perceived that the cause of the past failure of the Goths lay in the alienated affections of the people of Italy. The greater misgovernment of the Emperor's servants, the coldly calculating rapacity of Alexander the Scissors, and the arrogant injustice of the generals, terrible only to the weak, had given him a chance of winning back the love of the Italian people and of restoring that happy state of things which prevailed after the downfall of Odovacar, when all classes, nobles and peasants, Goths and Romans, joined in welcoming Theodoric as their king. Totila therefore kept a strong hand upon his soldiers, sternly repressed all plundering and outrage, and insisted on the peasants being paid for all the stores which the army needed on its march. One day a Roman inhabitant of Calabria came before him to complain of one of the king's life guardsmen who had committed an outrage upon his daughter. The guardsman, not denying the charge, was at once put in ward. Then the most influential nobles assembled at the king's tent and besought him not to punish a brave and capable soldier for such an offence. Totila replied that he mourned as much as they could do over the necessity of taking away the life of one of his countrymen, but that the common good, the safety of the nation, required this sacrifice. At the outset of the war they had all the wealth of Italy and countless brave hearts at their disposal, but all these advantages had availed them nothing because they had an unjust king, Theodahad, at their head. Now the divine favour on their righteous cause seemed to be giving them the victory, but only by a continuance in righteous deeds could they hope to secure it. With these words he won over even the interceding Goths to his opinion. The guardsman was sentenced to death, and his goods were confiscated for the benefit of the maiden whom he had wronged. At the same time that Totila showed himself thus gentle and just towards the Roman inhabitants, he skilfully conducted the war as to wound the Empire in its tenderest part, finance. Justinian's aim, in Italy as in Africa, was to make the newly annexed territory pay its own expenses and hand over a good balance to the Imperial treasury. It was for this purpose that the Logothetes had been let loose upon Italy, that the provincials had been maddened by the extortions of the tax-gatherer, that the soldiers had been driven to mutiny and defection. Now, with his loyal and well-disciplined troops, Totila moved over the country from the Alps to Calabria, quietly collecting the taxes claimed by the Emperor and the rents due to the refugee landlords, and in this way, without oppressing the people, weakened the Imperial government and put himself in a position to pay liberally for the commissariat of his army. Thus the difficulties of the Imperial treasury increased. Justinian became more and more unwilling to loosen his purse strings for the sake of a province which showed an ever-dwindling return. The pay of the soldiers got more and more hopelessly into arrear. They deserted in increasing numbers to the standard of the brave and generous young king of the Goths. Hence it came to pass that in the spring of 544, when Totila had been only for 2½ years king, he had gained 2 pitched battles by land and 1 by sea, had taken Naples and Beneventum, could march freely from one end of Italy to the other, and in fact, with the exception of Ravenna, Rome, and a few other strongholds, had won back from the Empire the whole of that Italy which had been acquired with so much toil and so much bloodshed. There was, of course, bitter disappointment in the council chamber of Justinian at this issue of an enterprise which had seemed at first so successful. There was but one sentence on all men's lips: "Only Belisarius can recover Italy", and it was uttered so loudly and so universally that the Emperor could not but hear it. But Justinian, ever since the offer of the Western throne to Belisarius, seems to have looked upon him with jealousy as a possible rival, and, what was even more fatal to his interests at court, the Empress Theodora had come to regard him with dislike and suspicion, partly because of a domestic quarrel in which she had taken the part of his wife Antonina against him, and partly because when Justinian was lying plague-stricken and apparently at the point of death, Belisarius had discussed the question of the succession to the throne in a manner which the Empress considered hostile to her interests. For these reasons the great general had been for some years in disgrace. A large part of his property was taken away from him, and some of it was handed over to Antonina, with whom he had been ordered to reconcile himself on the most humbling terms. His great military household, containing many men of servile origin whom he had trained to such deeds of valour that it was a common saying, "One household alone has destroyed the kingdom of Theodoric", was broken up, and those brave men who would willingly have died for their chief were portioned out by lot among the other generals and the eunuchs of the palace. In deference to the unanimous opinion of his counsellors, Justinian decided once more to avail himself of the services of Belisarius for the reconquest of Italy. But his unquenched jealousy of his great general's fame and the almost bankrupt condition of the Imperial exchequer converged to the same point, and caused Justinian, while entrusting Belisarius with the command, to couple with it the monstrous stipulation that he was not to ask for any money for the war. And this, though it was clear to all men that the want of money and the consequent desertion of the Imperial standard by whole companies of grumbling barbarians had been one main cause of the amazing success of Totila. Thus, crippled by his master, and having his own spirit broken by Imperial ingratitude and domestic unhappiness, Belisarius, in the whole course of his second command in Italy, which lasted for 5 years, 544 to 549, did nothing, or I should rather say only one thing, worthy of his former reputation. This is the judgment which his former friend and admirer, Procopius, passes on this period of his life. Thus then, in 549, Belisarius departed to Byzantium without glory, having been for 5 years in Italy, but having never been strong enough to make a regular march by land in all that time, but having flitted about from one fortress on the coast to another, and so left the enemy free to capture Rome and almost every other place which they attacked. Notwithstanding this harsh sentence, it was in connection with the siege of Rome that the old Belisarius, the man of infinite resource and courageous dexterity, once more revealed himself, and while we gladly let all the other events of those 5 tedious years glide into oblivion, it is worth while devoting a few pages to the second and third Gothic sieges of Rome. Totila had quite determined not to repeat the mistake of Witigis by dashing his army to pieces against the walls of Rome, but, for all that, he could not feel his recovery of Italy to be complete so long as the Eternal City defied his power. He therefore slowly tightened his grasp on the city, capturing one town after another in its neighbourhood, and watching the roads to prevent convoys of provisions from entering it. He was on good terms with the peasants of the surrounding country, paid liberally for all the provisions required by his army, far smaller than that of Witigis, and kept his soldiers in good heart and in high health, while the unhappy citizens were seeing the great enemy, famine, slowly approach nearer and nearer to their homes. Within the city there was now no such provident and resourceful general as Belisarius. Bessas, the commandant, himself an Ostrogoth of Moesia by birth, was a brave man, but coarse, selfish, and unfeeling. Intent only on filling his own coffers by selling the corn which he had stored up in his warehouses at a famine price to the citizens, he was not touched by the increasing misery around him, and made no effectual attempt to break the net which Totila had drawn around Rome. Belisarius himself, flitting from point to point of the coast, had come to Portus, 18 miles from Rome, at the mouth of the Tiber. It was no want of goodwill on his part that prevented him from bringing his provision ships up the river to the help of the famished city, but about 4 miles above Portus Totila had placed a strong boom of timber, protected in front by an iron chain and guarded by 2 towers, one at each end of the bridge which was above the boom. Belisarius made his preparations for destroying the boom. A floating tower as high as the bridge placed on 2 barges. A large vessel filled with Greek fire at the top of the tower, soldiers below to hew the boom in pieces and sever the chain, A long train of merchantmen behind, laden with provisions for the hungry Romans, and manned by archers who poured a deadly volley of arrows on the defenders of the bridge. All went well with his design up to a certain point. The chain was severed, the Goths fell fast under the arrows from the ships, the vessel of Greek fire was hurled upon one of the forts, which was soon wrapped in flames. With might and main the Imperial soldiers began to hack at the boom, and it seemed as if in a few minutes the corn-laden vessels would be sailing up the Tiber, bringing glad relief to the starving citizens. But just at that moment a horseman galloped up to Belisarius with the unwelcome tidings: "Isaac is taken prisoner". Isaac the Armenian was Belisarius' second in command, whom he had left at Portus in charge of his stores, his munitions of war, and, most important of all, the now reconciled Antonina. In spite of Belisarius' strict injunction to act solely on the defensive, Isaac, watching from afar the successful movements of his chief, had sallied forth to attack the Gothic garrison at Ostia on the opposite bank of the river. His defeat and consequent capture were events of little moment in themselves, but all important as arresting the victorious career of Belisarius. For to the anxious soul of the general the capture of Isaac seemed to mean the capture of Portus, the cutting off of his army from their base of operations, the captivity of his beloved Antonina. He gave the signal for retreat. The attempt to provision Rome had failed. The Imperial army returned to Portus. When he found what it was that had really happened, and by what a combination of folly and ill luck he had been prevented from winning a splendid victory, his annoyance was so great that, combined with the unwholesome air of the Campagna, it threw him into a fever which brought him near to death and prevented him for some months from taking any part in the war. Meanwhile, dire famine bore sway in the beleaguered city. Wheat was sold for £22 a quarter, and the greater part of the citizens were thankful to live on coarse bread made of bran, which was doled out to them by Bessus at a quarter of the price of wheat. Before long even this bran became a luxury beyond their power to purchase. Dogs and mice provided them with their only meals of flesh, but the staple article of food was nettles. With blackened skin and drawn faces, mere ghosts of their former selves, the once proud and prosperous citizens of Rome wandered about the waste places where these nettles grew, and often one of them would be found dead with hunger, his strength having suddenly failed him while attempting to gather his wretched meal. At length this misery was suddenly ended. Some Isaurian soldiers who were guarding the Asinarian Gate in the south-east of the city made overtures to the Gothic soldiers for the betrayal of their post. These Isaurians were probably part of the former garrison of Naples, whom Totila had treated with great generosity after the surrender of that city. They remembered the kindness then shown them; they were weary of the siege, and disgusted with the selfish avarice of their generals, and they soon came to terms with the besiegers. 4 of the bravest Goths, being hoisted over the walls at night by the friendly Isaurians, ran round to the Asinarian Gate, battered its bolts and bars to pieces, and let in their waiting comrades. Unopposed, the Gothic army marched in; unresisting, the Imperial troops marched out by the Flaminian Gate. The play was precisely the same that had been enacted 10 years before, when Belisarius won the city from Leudaris, but with the parts reversed. What Witigis, with his 150,000 Goths, had failed to accomplish, an army of not more than a tenth of that number had accomplished under Totila. Bessus and the other generals fled headlong with the rest of the crowd that pressed out of the Flaminian Gate, and the treasure, accumulated with such brutal disregard of human suffering, fell into the hands of the besiegers. At first murder and plunder raged unchecked through the streets of the city, the exasperation which had been caused by the events of the long siege having made every Gothic heart bitter against Rome and Romans. But after 60 citizens had been slain, Totila, who had gone to St. Peter's to offer up his prayers and thanksgivings, listened to the intercession of the deacon Pelagius, and commanded that slaughter should cease. But there were only 500 citizens left in Rome to receive the benefit of the amnesty, so great had been the depopulation of the city by war and famine. And now had come a fateful moment in the history of Roma Æterna. A conqueror stood within her walls, not in mere joyousness of heart like Alaric, pleased with the exploit of bringing to her knees the mistress of the world, not intent on vulgar plans of plunder like Gaiseric, but nourishing a deep and deadly hatred against that false and ungrateful city, and, by the ghosts of 150,000 of his countrymen who had died before her untaken walls, beckoned on a memorable revenge. Totila would spare, as he had promised, the lives of the trembling citizens, but he had determined that Rome herself should perish. The walls should be dismantled, the public buildings burned to the ground, and sheep should graze again over the 7 hills of the city as they had grazed 1300 years before, when Romulus and Remus were suckled by the wolf. From this purpose, however, he was moved by the intercession of Belisarius, who, from his couch of fever, wrote a spirit-stirring letter to Totila, pleading for Rome, greatest and most glorious of all cities that the sun looked down upon, the work not of one king nor one century, but of long ages and many generations of noble men. Belisarius concluded with an appeal to the Gothic king to consider what should be his own eternal record in history, whether he would rather be remembered as the preserver or the destroyer of the greatest city in the world. This appeal, made by one hero to another, was successful. Totila was still bent on preventing the city from ever again becoming a stronghold of the enemy, and therefore determined to lay 1/3 of the walls level with the ground, but he assured the messengers of Belisarius that he would leave the great monuments of Rome untouched. Having accomplished the needed demolition of her defences, he marched forth with his army from the desolate and sepulchral city, and took up a position in the Alban mountains, which are seen by the dwellers of Rome far off on their south-eastern horizon. When Totila withdrew, Rome was left, we are told, absolutely devoid of inhabitants. The senators he kept in his camp as hostages, and all the less influential citizens, with their wives and children, were sent away to the confines of Campania. For 40 days or more the great city, which had been for so long the heart of the human universe, the city which, with the millionfold tide of life throbbing in her veins, had most vividly prefigured the London of our own day, remained waste and without inhabitants, as desolate as Anderida in Kent had been left half a century before by her savage Saxon conquerors. And then came another change, one of the most marvellous in the history of that city whose whole life has been a marvel. While Totila abode in his camp on the Alban hills, Belisarius, rising from the bed to which fever had for so many weeks chained him, made a visit to Rome, accompanied by 1,000 soldiers, that he might see with his own eyes into what depth of calamity she had fallen. At first, it would seem, mere curiosity led him to the ruined city. But when he was there, gazing on Totila's work of devastation, a brilliant thought flashed through his brain. After all the demolitions of Totila, the ruin was not irretrievable. By repairing the rents in the walls, Rome might yet be made defensible. He would reoccupy it, and the Goths should find that they had all their work to do over again. The idea seemed at first to his counsellors like the suggestion of delirium. But as it rapidly took shape under his hands, it was recognised as being indeed a masterstroke of well-calculated audacity. Leaving a small body of men to guard his base of operations at Portus, he moved every available man to Rome, crowded them up to the gaps made by Totila, bade them build anyhow, with any sort of material. Mortar was out of the question; it must be mere dry walling that they could accomplish, only let them preserve some semblance of an upright wall, and crown the summit of it with a rampart of stakes. The deep fosse below fortunately remained as it was, not filled up. So in 25 days the circuit of the walls was completed, truly in a most slovenly style of building, the marks of which we can see even to this day, but Rome was once again a fenced city. As soon as Totila heard the unwelcome tidings, he marched with his whole army to Rome, hoping to take the city, as his soldiers said, at the first shout. But he had Belisarius to deal with, not Bessus. There had not yet been time even to make new gates for the city instead of those which Totila had destroyed, but Belisarius planted all his bravest soldiers in the void places where the gates should be, and guarded the approach by caltrops, somewhat like those wherewith Bruce defended his line at Bannockburn, so as to make a charge of Gothic cavalry impossible. 3 long days of hard-fought battle were spent round the fateful city. In each, the Goths, whatever temporary advantages they might gain, were finally repulsed, and at length Totila, who was not going to repeat the error of Witigis, marched away from the too well-known scene amid the bitter reproaches of the Gothic nobles, who before had praised him like a god for all his valour and dexterity in war, but now, on the morrow of his first great blunder, loudly upbraided him for his imprudence, adding the obvious and easy piece of Epimethian criticism, that the city ought either to have been utterly destroyed, or else occupied with a sufficient force. Meanwhile Belisarius at his leisure completed the repair of the walls, hung the massive gates on their hinges, had keys made to fit their locks, and sent the duplicate keys to Justinian. The Roman Empire once again had Rome. And yet this reoccupation of the Eternal City, brilliant and striking achievement as it was, had little influence on the course of the war. Rome was now like a great stone left in an alluvial plain showing where the river had once flowed, but the currents of commerce, of politics, of war, flowed now in other channels. Belisarius, leaving a garrison in Rome, had to betake himself once more to that desultory warfare, flitting round the coast from one naval fortress to another, in which the earlier years of his second command had been passed, and at length, early in 549, only 2 years after his reoccupation of Rome, he obtained as a great favour, through the intercession of Antonina, permission to resign his command and return to Constantinople. It was on this occasion that Procopius passed that harsh judgment as to the inglorious character of these later operations of his in Italy, which was quoted on a previous page. I will briefly summarise the subsequent events in the life of the old hero. Once more, 10 years after the return of Belisarius, in 559, his services were claimed by Justinian in order to repel a horde of savage Huns who had penetrated within 18 miles of Constantinople. The work was brilliantly done, with much of the old ingenuity and fertility of resource which had marked his first campaign in Italy, and then Belisarius relapsed into inactivity. He was again accused, probably without justice, of abetting a conspiracy against the Emperor, was disgraced and imprisoned in his own palace. After 7 months he was restored to the Imperial favour, the falsity of the accusation against him having probably become apparent. He died in 565, in about the 60th year of his age, and only a few months before his jealous master. He had more than once had to endure the withdrawal of that master's confidence, and some portions of his vast wealth were on 2 occasions taken from him. But this is all that can be truly said as to the reverses of fortune undergone by the conqueror of the Vandals and the Goths. The stories of his blindness and of his beggary, of his holding forth a wooden bowl, and whining out "Date obolum Belisario" rest on no good foundation, and either arise from a confusion between Belisarius and another disgraced minister of Justinian, or else are simply due to the myth-making industry of the Middle Ages. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Narses. Soon after the return of Belisarius to Constantinople came the fourth siege of Rome. Totila, who had sought the hand of a Frankish princess in marriage, received for answer from her father that the man who had not been able to keep Rome when he had taken it, but had destroyed part and abandoned the rest to the enemy, was no king of Italy. The taunt stung Totila to the quick. We know not whether he won his Frankish bride or no, but he was determined to win Rome. Assault again failing, he occupied Portus and instituted a more rigorous blockade than ever. But it had become a matter of some difficulty to starve out the defenders of Rome, for there were practically no citizens there, only a garrison, for whose food the corn grown within the enclosure of the walls was nearly sufficient. The economic change from the days of the Empire thus revealed to us is almost as great as if the harvests of Hyde Park and Regent's Park sufficed to feed the diminished population of London. There was, however, among the Imperial soldiers in the garrison of Rome, as elsewhere, deep discontent, amounting sometimes to mutiny at the long withholding of their arrears of pay. And the sight of the pomp and splendour which surrounded the former betrayer of Rome when they rode in the ranks with Totila was too much for their Isaurian countrymen. The men who kept watch by the gate of St. Paul, close to the pyramid of Caius Cestius, and now overlooking the English cemetery and Keats' grave, offered to surrender their post to the Gothic king. To distract the attention of the garrison, he sent by night a little band of soldiers on 2 skiffs up the Tiber as far as they could penetrate towards the heart of the city. These men blew a loud blast with their trumpets, and thereby called the bulk of the defenders down to the river walls, while the Isaurians were opening St. Paul's gate to the besiegers, who marched in almost unopposed. The garrison galloped off along the road to Civita Vecchia, and on their way fell into an ambush which Totila had prepared for them, whereby most of them perished. Totila, now a second time master of Rome, determined to hold it securely. He restored some of the public buildings which he had previously destroyed, he adorned and beautified the city to the utmost of its power, he invited the senators and their families to return, he celebrated the equestrian games in the Circus Maximus. In all things he behaved himself as much as possible like one of the old emperors of Rome. The year 550 was the high water mark of the success of the Gothic arms. In Italy only 4 cities, all on the sea-coast, were left to the Emperor. These were Ravenna, Ancona, Otranto, and Crotona. In Sicily most of the cities were still Imperial, but Totila had moved freely hither and thither through the island, ravaging the villas and the farms, collecting great stores of grain and fruit, driving off horses and cattle, and generally visiting on the hapless Sicilians the treachery which in his view they had shown to the Ostrogothic dynasty by the eagerness with which, 15 years before, they had welcomed the arms of Belisarius. But at the end of a long and exhausting war it is often seen that victory rests with that power which has enough reserve force left to make one final effort, even though that effort in the earlier years of the war might not have been deemed a great one. So was it now with Justinian's conquest of Italy. Though he himself was utterly weary of the Sisyphean labour, he would not surrender a shred of his theoretical claims, nor would he even condescend to admit to an audience the ambassadors of Totila, who came to plead for peace and alliance between the 2 hostile powers. In his perplexity as to the future conduct of the war, he offered the command to his Grand Chamberlain Narses, who eagerly accepted it. The choice was indeed a strange one. Narses, an Armenian by birth, brought as a eunuch to Constantinople, and dedicated to the service of the palace, had grown grey in that service, and was now 74 years of age. But he was of illustrious rank, he shared the most secret counsels of the Emperor, he was able freely to unloose the purse strings which had been so parsimoniously closed to Belisarius, and he had set his whole heart on succeeding where Belisarius had failed. Moreover, he was himself both wealthy and generous, and he brought with him a huge and motley host of barbarians, Huns, Lombards, Gepids, Herulians, all eager to serve under the free-handed chamberlain and to be enriched by him with the spoil of Italy. In the spring of 552 the eunuch general, with this strange multitude calling itself a Roman army, marched round the head of the Adriatic Gulf and entered the impregnable seat of empire, Ravenna. By adroit strategy he evaded the Gothic generals who had been ordered to arrest his progress in north-eastern Italy, and, probably by about midsummer, he had reached the point a little south-west of Ancona where the Flaminian Way, the great northern road from Rome, crosses the Apennines. Here, on the crest of the mountains, Narses encamped, and here Totila met him, eager for the fight which was to decide the future dominion of Italy. A space of about 12 miles separated the hostile camps. Narses sent some of his most trusted counsellors to warn Totila not to continue the struggle any longer against the irresistible might of the Empire. "But if you will fight", said the messengers, "name the day". Totila indignantly spurned the proposal of surrender, and named the 8th day from thence as the day of battle. Narses, however, suspecting some stratagem, bade his troops prepare for action, and it was well that he did so, for on the next day Totila, with all his army, was at hand. A hill which to some extent commanded the battlefield was the first objective point of both generals. Narses sent 50 of his bravest men overnight to take up their position on this hill, and the Gothic troops, chiefly cavalry, which was sent to dislodge them, failed to effect their purpose, the horses being frightened by the din which the Imperial soldiers made, clashing with their spears upon their shields. Several lives were lost on this preliminary skirmish, the honours of which remained with the soldiers of Narses. At dawn of day the troops were drawn up in order of battle, but Narses had made all his arrangements on a defensive rather than an offensive plan, and Totila, who was expecting a reinforcement of 2,000 Goths under his brave young lieutenant Teias, wished to postpone the attack. Both generals harangued their armies. Totila, in words of lordly scorn for the patchwork host of various nationalities which Justinian, weary of the war, had sent against him. It was the Emperor's last effort, he declared, and when this heterogeneous army was defeated, the brave Goths would be able to rest from their labours. Narses, on the other hand, congratulated his soldiers on their evident superiority in numbers to the Gothic host. They fought too, as he reminded them, for the Roman Empire, which was in its nature, and by the will of Providence, eternal, while these little barbarian states, Vandal, Gothic, and the like, sprang up like mushrooms, lived their little day, and then vanished away, leaving no trace behind them. He had recourse also to less refined and philosophical arguments. Riding rapidly along the ranks, the eunuch dangled before the eyes of his barbarian auxiliaries golden armlets, golden collars, golden bridles. "These", said he, "and such other ornaments as these, shall be the reward of your valour if you fight well to day". The long morning of waiting was partly occupied by a duel between two chosen champions. A warrior named Cocus, who had deserted from Emperor to King, rode up to the Imperial army, challenging their bravest to single combat. One of Narses' life guards, an Armenian like his master, Anzelus by name, accepted the challenge. Cocus couched his spear and rode fiercely at his foe, thinking to pierce him in the belly. Anzelus dexterously swerved aside at the critical moment and gave a thrust with his spear at the left side of his antagonist, who fell lifeless to the ground. A mighty shout rose from the Imperial ranks at this propitious omen of the coming battle. Not yet, however, was that battle to be gained. King Totila rode forth in the open space between both armies, that he might show the enemy what manner of man he was. His armour was lavishly adorned with gold; from the cheek-piece of his helmet, from his pilum and his spear, hung purple pennants. His whole equipment was magnificent and kingly. Bestriding a very tall war-horse, he played the game of a military athlete with accomplished skill. He wheeled his horse first to the right, then to the left in graceful curves; then he tossed his spear on high to the morning breezes, and caught it in the middle as it descended with quivering fall. Then he threw it deftly from one hand to another; he stooped low on his horse; he raised himself up again. Everything was done as artistically as the dance of a well-trained performer. All this was beautiful to look at, but it was not war. The ugly, wrinkled old Armenian in the other camp, who probably kept his seat on horseback with difficulty, knew, one may suspect, more of the deadly science of war than the brilliant and martial Totila. At length the long-looked-for 2,000 arrived, and Totila gave the signal to charge upon the foe. It was the hour of the noontide meal, and he hoped to catch the Imperial troops in the disorder of their repast. But for this also Narses the Wary had provided. Even the food necessary to support their strength was to be taken by the soldiers, all keeping their ranks, all armed, and all watching intently the movements of the enemy. Narses had purposely somewhat weakened his centre in order to strengthen his wings, which, as the Gothic cavalry charged, closed around them and poured a deadly shower of arrows into their flanks. Again, as in the campaigns of Belisarius, the Hippotoxotai, the mounted rifles of the Empire, decided the fate of the battle. Vain against their murderous volleys was the valour of the Gothic horseman, the thrust of the Gothic lance, the might of the tall Gothic steed. Charge upon charge of the Goths was made in vain; the cavalry could never reach the weak but distant centre of the Imperialists. At length, when the sun was declining, the horsemen came staggering back, a disorganised and beaten band. Their panic communicated itself to the infantry, who were probably the weakest section of the army. The rout was complete, and the whole of the Gothic host was seen either flying, surrendering, or dying. As evening fell, Totila, with 5 of his friends, hastened from the lost battlefield. A young Gepid chief, named Asbad, ignorant who he was, couched his lance to strike Totila in the back. A young Gothic page incautiously cried out, "Dog, would you strike your lord?" hereby revealing the rank of the fugitive, and, of course, only nerving the arm of Asbad to strike a more deadly blow. Asbad was wounded in return, and his companions, intent on staunching his wound, let the fugitives ride on, but the wound of Totila was mortal. His friends hurried him on, 8 miles down the valley, to the little village of Capri, where they alighted and strove to tend his wound. But their labour was vain. The gallant king soon drew his last breath, and was hastily buried by his comrades in that obscure hamlet. The Romans knew not what had become of their great foe till several days after. When some soldiers were riding past the village, a Gothic woman told them of the death of Totila, and pointed out to them his grave. They doubted the truth of her story, but opened the grave and gazed their fill on that which was, past all dispute, the corpse of Totila. The news brought joy to the heart of Narses, who returned heartiest thanks to God and to the Virgin, his especial patroness, and then proceeded to disembarrass himself as quickly as possible of the wild barbarians, especially the Lombards, by whose aid he had won the victory which destroyed the last hopes of the Ostrogothic monarchy in Italy. Not thus easily, however, was the tide of barbarian invasion to be turned. The Lombards had found their way into Italy as auxiliaries. They returned thither 16 years after as conquerors, conquerors the most ruthless and brutal that Italy had yet groaned under. From that day for 13 centuries the unity of Italy was a dream. First the Lombard king and the Byzantine emperor tore her in pieces. Then the Frank descended from the Alps to join in the fray. The German, the Saracen, the Norman made their appearance on the scene. Not all wished to ravage and despoil; some had high and noble purposes in their hearts, but in fact they all tended to divide her. The popes, even at their best, even while warring as Italian patriots against the foreign emperor, still divided their country. Last of all came the Spaniard and the Austrian, by whom, down to our own day, Italy was looked upon as an estate out of which kingdoms and duchies might be carved at pleasure as appanages for younger sons and compensations for lost provinces. Only at length, towards the close of the 19th century, has Italy regained that priceless boon of national unity which might have been hers before it was attained by any other country in Europe, if only the ambition of emperors and the false sentiment of Roman patriots would have spared the goodly tree which had been planted in Italian soil by Theodoric the Ostrogoth. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, Part 1 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The Theodoric of Saga, Part 1. It is one of the most striking testimonies to the greatness of Theodoric's work and character that his name is one of the very few which passed from history into the epic poetry of the German and Scandinavian peoples. True, there is scarcely one feature of the great Ostrogothic king preserved in the mythical portrait painted by minstrels and sagamen. True, Theodoric of Verona would have listened in incredulous or contemptuous amazement to the romantic adventures related of Dietrich of Bern. Still, the fact that his name was chosen by the poets of the early Middle Ages as the string upon which the pearls of their fantastic imaginations were to be strung shows how powerfully his career had impressed their barbaric forefathers. Theodoric's eminence in this respect, his renown in medieval saga, is shared apparently but by 3 other undoubtedly historic personages: his collateral ancestor Hermanric, the great world conqueror Attila, and Gundahar, king of the Burgundians, about whom history really records nothing save his defeat in battle by the Huns. As it would be a hopeless attempt in a short chapter like the present to discuss the various allusions to Dietrich von Bern in the Teutonic and Scandinavian sagas, I shall invite the reader's attention to one only, that which concerns itself most exclusively with his life, and which is generally called the Wilkina Saga, though some German scholars prefer to call it by the more appropriate name of Theodric's Saga. The earliest manuscripts of this saga at present known are attributed to the first half of the 13th century. There are many allusions in the work to other sources of information, both written and oral, but the saga itself in its present form appears to contain the story of Theodoric as current in the neighbourhood of Bremen and Munster, translated into the Old Norse language, and no doubt somewhat modified by the influence of Scandinavian legends on the mind of the translator. In its present form it is not a poem but a prose work, and though the flow of the ballad and the twang of the minstrel's harp still often make themselves felt even through the dull Latin translation of Johann Peringskold, there are many chapters of absolutely unredeemed prose, full of genealogical details and the march of armies, as dry as any history, though purely imaginary. I will now proceed to give the outline of the story of Theodoric as told in the Wilkina Saga. I shall not harass the reader by continual repetitions of the phrase "it is said" or "it is fabled", but will ask him to understand once for all that the story so circumstantially told is a mere romance, having hardly the slenderest connection with the actual history of Theodoric, or with any other event that has happened on our planet. The knight Samson, the grandfather of Theodoric, was a native of Salerno, and served in the court of Earl Roger, the lord of that city. Tall and dark, with black brows and long thin face, he was distinguished by great personal strength, and his ambition was equal to his prowess. Earl Roger had a most lovely daughter, Hildeswide, to whom Samson dared to raise his eyes in love. Being sent one day by her father to the tower where she dwelt, with dainty morsels from his table for her repast, he persuaded her to mount his servant's horse and ride away with him into the forest. For this Earl Roger confiscated his possessions and sought his life. Enraged at the decree of exile and death which had been passed against him, Samson issued forth from his forest to ravage Earl Roger's farms. In his return to the forest, being intercepted by the Earl and 60 of his knights, he was seized with sudden fury and struck down the Earl's standard-bearer, dealt so terrible a blow at the Earl that he lopped off not only his head but that of the steed on which he rode, slew 15 knights besides, and then galloped off, himself unwounded, to the forest where Hildeswide abode. Thus did Salerno lose her lord. Brunstein, the brother of Earl Roger, sought to avenge his death, but after 2 years of desultory warfare was himself surprised in a night attack by Samson, compelled to flee, overtaken and slain. So Samson went on and increased in strength, treading down all his enemies, but not till he had persuaded the citizens of Salerno to accept him as their lord would he assume the title of king. Then did he send out messengers to announce to all the other kingdoms of the world his royal dignity. He governed long and wisely, extending his dominions to the vast regions of the West, apparently making himself lord of all Italy, and by his wife Hildeswide becoming the father of 2 sons whose names were Hermanric and Dietmar. After 20 years of wise and peaceful rule, as Samson sat feasting in his palace, he began to lament the decay of energy in himself and his warriors, and to fear that his name and fame would perish after his death. He therefore resolved on war with Elsung, Earl of Verona, and to that end dispatched 6 ambassadors with this insulting message: "Send hither thy daughter to be the concubine of my youngest son. Send 60 damsels with her, and 60 noble youths, each bringing 2 horses and a servant. Send 60 hawks and 60 retrievers, whose collars shall be of pure gold, and let the leash with which they are bound be made of hairs out of thine own white beard. Do this, or in 3 months prepare for war." This insolent demand produced the expected result. Elsung ordered the leader of the embassy to be hung. 4 of his companions were beheaded. The 6th, having had his right hand lopped off, was sent back with no other answer to Salerno. When he reached that city, Samson appeared to treat the matter as of no importance, and went on with his hunting and hawking and all the amusements of a peaceful court. He was, however, quietly making his preparations for war, and at the end of 3 months, at the head of an army of 15,000 men, commanded by 3 under-kings and many dukes, he burst into the territories of Earl Elsung, who had only 10,000 men, drawn from Hungary and elsewhere, with whom to meet his powerful foe. There was great slaughter on the battle plain. Then the two chiefs met in single combat. Elsung inflicted a wound on Samson, but Samson cut off Elsung's head, and clutching it by the hoary locks, exhibited it in triumph to his men. The utter rout of the Veronese army followed. Samson went in state to Verona, received the submission of the citizens, and laid hands on the splendid treasure of Earl Elsung. He then celebrated with great pomp the marriage of Odilia, the daughter of the slain earl, to his second son Dietmar, whom he made lord of Verona and all the territory which had been Elsung's. He marched next towards Romaborg (Rome), intending to make his eldest son Hermanric lord of that city, but died on the journey. Hermanric, however, after many battles with the Romans, achieved the desired conquest, and became lord of Romaborg and the country round it, even to the Hellespont and the Isles of Greece. Dietmar, son of Samson, king of Verona, was brave, prudent, and greatly loved by the folk over whom he ruled. His wife Odilia was one of the wisest of women. Their eldest son was named Theodoric, and he, when full grown, though not one of the race of giants, surpassed all ordinary men in stature. His face was oval, of comely proportions. He had grey eyes, with black brows above them. His hair was of great beauty, long and thick and ending in ruddy curls. He never wore a beard. His shoulders were 2 ells broad, his arms were as thick as the trunk of a tree, and as hard as a stone. He had strong, well-proportioned hands. The middle of his body was of a graceful tapering shape, but his loins and hips were wondrously strong, his feet beautiful and well-proportioned, his thighs of enormous bigness. His strength was much beyond the ordinary strength of men. The size of Theodoric's body was equalled by the qualities of his mind. He was not only brave, but jovial, good-tempered, liberal, magnificent, always ready to bestow gold and silver and all manner of precious things on his expectant friends. It was the saying of some that the young warrior was like his grandfather Samson, but others held that there was never any one in the world to compare unto Theodoric. When he had attained the 15th year of his age, he was solemnly created a knight by his father Dietmar. Now, while Theodoric was still a child, there came to his father's court one who was to have a great influence on his after life. This was Hildebrand, commonly called Master Hildebrand, son of one of the Dukes of Venice. He was a brave knight and a mighty one, and when he had reached the age of 30, he told his father that he would fain see more of the world than he could do by lingering all his days at Venice. Upon which his father recommended him to try his fortune at the court of Dietmar, king of Verona. He came therefore, and was received very graciously by Dietmar, who conferred great favours upon him, and assigned him to the care of the young Theodoric, then about 7 years of age. Hildebrand taught Theodoric all knightly exercises; together they ever rode to war, and the friendship which grew up between them was strong as that which knit the soul of David to the soul of Jonathan. One day, when Theodoric and Hildebrand were hunting in the forest, a little dwarf ran across their path, to which Theodoric gave chase. This dwarf proved to be Alpris, the most thievish little creature in the world. Theodoric was about to kill it, but Alpris said: "If you will spare my life, I will get you the finest sword that ever was made, and will show you where to find more treasure than ever your father owned. They belong to a little woman called Hildur, and her husband Grimur. He is so strong that he can fight 12 men at once, but she is much stronger than he, and you will need all of your strength if you mean to overcome them." Having bound himself by tremendous oaths to perform these promises, the dwarf was dismissed unhurt, and the two comrades went on with their hunting. At evening they stood beside the rock where Alpris was to meet them. The dwarf brought the sword and pointed out the entrance to a cave. The two knights gazed upon the sword with wonder, agreeing that they had never seen anything like it in the world. And no marvel, for this was the famous sword Nagelring, the fame whereof went out afterwards into the whole world. They tied up their horses and went together into the cave. Grimur, seeing strangers, at once challenged them to fight, but looking round anxiously for Nagelring, he missed it, whereupon he cursed the knavish Alpris, who had assuredly stolen it from him. However, he snatched from the hearth the blazing trunk of a tree, and therewith attacked Theodoric. Meanwhile Hildebrand, taken at unawares, was caught hold of by Hildur, who clung so tightly round his neck that he could not move. After a long struggle they both fell heavily to the ground, Hildebrand below, Hildur on top of him. She squeezed his arms so tightly that the blood came out at his finger-nails. She pressed her fist so hard on his throat and breast that he could hardly breathe. He was fain to cry for help to Theodoric, who answered that he would do all in his power to save his faithful friend and tutor from the clutches of that foul little wench. With that he swung round Nagelring and smote off the head of Grimur. Then he hastened to his foster-father's aid and cut Hildur in two, but so mighty was the power of her magic that the sundered halves of her body came together again. Once more Theodoric clove her in twain, once more the severed parts united. Hereupon quoth Hildebrand: "Stand between the sundered limbs with your body bowed and your head averted, and the monster will be overcome." So did Theodoric, once more cleaving her body in twain, and then standing between the pieces. One half died at once, but that to which the head belonged was heard to say: "If the Fates had willed that Grimur should fight Theodoric as toughly as I fought Hildebrand, the victory had been ours." With these words the brave little woman died. Hildebrand congratulated his pupil on his glorious victory, and they then proceeded to despoil the cave of its treasures. One of the chief of these was a helmet of wonderful strength, the like of which Theodoric had never seen before. It was made by the dwarf Malpriant, and so greatly had the strange couple prized it that they had given it their united names, Hildegrimur. This helmet guarded Theodoric's head in many a fierce encounter, and by its help and that of the sword Nagelring he gained many a victory. Bright was the renown which he won from this deed of arms. So great was the fame of the young hero that striplings from distant lands, thirsting for glory, came to Dietmar's court that they might be enrolled among the comrades of Theodoric. There were 12 of these who, when they came to manhood, were especially distinguished as the chiefs of his army, and among these Theodoric shone pre-eminent, even as his contemporary, Arthur, king of Bertangenland, among the knights of his Table Round. But there were 2 of these comrades, friendly to Theodoric, though by no means friendly to one another, who were more renowned than any of the rest for their knightly deeds and strange adventures. These were Witig and Heime, each of whom, having first fought with Theodoric, was afterwards for many years his loyal and devoted knight. Heime was the son of a great horse breeder who dwelt north of the mountains, and whose name was Studus. He was short and squat of figure and square of face, but was all made for strength, and he was churlish and morose of disposition, wherefore men called him Heime, which was the name of a strong and venomous serpent, instead of Studus, which was of right his name as well as his father's. One day Heime, having mounted his famous grey horse Rispa, and girded on his good sword Blutgang, announced to his father that he would ride southward over the mountains to Verona and there challenge Theodoric to a trial of strength. Studas tried to dissuade his son, telling him that his presumption would cost him his life, but Heime answered: "Thy life and thy calling are base and inglorious, and I would rather die than plod on in this ignoble round. But, moreover, I think not to fall by the hand of Theodoric. He is scarce 12 winters old, and I am 16, and where is the man with whom I need fear to fight?" So Heime rode over the rough mountain ways, and appearing in the courtyard of the palace at Verona, challenged Theodoric to fight. Indignant at the challenge, but confident of victory, Theodoric went forth to the encounter, having donned his iron shoes, his helmet and coat of mail, and taking his great thick shield, red as blood, upon which a golden lion ramped, and above all his good sword Nagelring. The young heroes fought at first on horseback, and in this encounter, though Theodoric's spear pierced Heime's shield and inflicted upon him a slight wound, a stumble of his horse had nearly brought him to the ground. But then, as both spears were shivered, the combatants sprang from their horses, waved high their swords, and continued the fight on foot. At last Heime dealt Theodoric a swashing blow on his head, but the good helmet Hildegrimur was so strong that it shivered the sword Blutgang to pieces, and there stood Heime helpless, at the mercy of the boy whom he had challenged. Theodoric gladly spared his life, and received him into the number of his henchmen, and after that they were for many years sworn friends. It was some time after this that another young man appeared at Verona and challenged Theodoric to single combat. This was Witig the Dane, son of that mighty worker in iron, Wieland, who had in his veins the blood of kings and of mysterious creatures of the deep, but who spent all his days in his smithy, forging strange weapons, and whose wrongs and terrible revenges and marvellous escapes from death are sung by all the minstrels of the North. When he was 12 years old, Witig, drawn like so many other brave youths by the renown of the young Theodoric, announced to his father that he was determined to seek glory in the land of the Amalungs. Wieland would fain have had him stay in the smithy and learn his own wealth-bringing craft, but Witig swore by the honour of his mother, a king's daughter, that never should the smith's hammer and tongs come into his hand. Thereupon Wieland gave him a coat of mail of hard steel, which shone like silver, and greaves of chain armour, a white shield, on which were painted in red the smith's hammer and tongs, telling of his father's trade, and 3 carbuncles, which he bore in right of the princess, his mother. On his strong steel helmet a golden dragon gleamed and seemed to spit forth venom. Into his son's right hand Wieland gave the wondrous sword Mimung, which he had fashioned for a cruel king, and which was so sharp that it cut through a flock of wool 3 feet thick when floating on the water. Witig's mother gave him 3 golden marks and her gold ring, and he kissed his father and his mother, and wished them a happy life, and they wished him a prosperous journey, and were sore at heart when he turned to go. But he grasped his spear and sprang into the saddle, all armed as he was, without touching the stirrup. Then Wieland's face grew bright again, and he walked long by the side of his son's horse, and gave him full knowledge of the road he must take. So they parted, father and son, and Witig rode upon his way. Long before he reached Verona he had met with many adventures, especially one in which he overcame 12 robbers who held a strong castle by a bridge, and were wont to take toll of travellers. These robbers, seeing Witig draw nigh, parted among them in anticipation his armour and his horse, and planned also to maim him, cutting off his right hand and right foot, but with the good sword Mimung he slew 2 of them, and was fighting valiantly with the rest, when certain knights whom he had before met on the road came to his help, and between them they slew 7 of the robbers, and put the others to flight. These knights were Hildebrand and Heime, and a stranger whom they were escorting to the court of Verona. Heime, who was already jealous of Witig's power and prowess, had sought to dissuade his companions from going to his help, but Hildebrand refused to do so unknightly a deed as to let their road companion be overpowered by ruffians before their very eyes, without giving him succour. So now, the victory being won, and Witig having displayed his might, they all made themselves known unto him. Hildebrand swore brotherhood in arms with Witig, but having heard of his determination to challenge Theodoric to single combat, secretly by night changed the sword Mimung for one less finely tempered. For he feared for his young lord's life, if that sword, wielded by Witig's strong hand, should ever descend upon Theodoric's helmet. At length the wayfarers all entered the gates of Verona. Great was Theodoric's joy to behold again the good Master Hildebrand, but great was his indignation when the young Dane, who came with Hildebrand, challenged him to single combat. Said Theodoric: "In my father's land and mine I will establish such peace that it shall not be permitted to every rover and rascal to come into it and challenge me to the duel." Hildebrand: "Thou sayest not rightly, my lord, nor knowest of whom thou speakest. This is no rover nor rascal, but a brave man, and in sooth I know not whether thou wilt get the victory over him." Then interrupted Reinald, a follower of Theodoric: "That were in truth, my lord, a great offence that every upstart urchin in thine own land should come and challenge thee to the fight." Hildebrand: "Thou shalt not assail my journey companion with any such abusive words." And thereat he dealt Reinald such a blow with his fist on his ear that he fell senseless to the ground. Then said Theodoric: "I see thou art determined to be this man's friend, but thou shalt see how much good that does him. This very day he shall be hung up yonder outside the gates of Verona." Hildebrand: "If he becomes thy prisoner, after you have both tried your might, I will not complain, however hard thy decision may seem to me; but he is still unbound, and I think thou hast a hard day's work before thee ere thou becomest lord of his fate." Theodoric in a rage called for his horse and armour, and rode, followed by a long train of courtiers, to the place of tourney outside the walls of Verona, where Witig and Hildebrand, with few companions, were awaiting him. Witig sat, arrayed in full armour, on his horse, battle ready and stately to look upon. Then Heime gave Theodoric a bowl of wine, and said: "Drink, my lord, and may God give thee the victory." Theodoric drank and gave back the bowl. Likewise Hildebrand offered a bowl to Witig, who said: "Take it to Theodoric, and pray him to drink to me from it." But Theodoric in his rage refused to touch the bowl that Witig was to drink from. Then said Hildebrand: "Thou knowest not the man with whom thou art so enraged, but thou wilt find him a true hero, and not the good-for-nothing fellow thou hast called him to day." Then he gave Witig the bowl, and said: "Drink now, and defend thyself with all manhood and bravery, and may God give thee his succour." And Witig drank, and gave it back to Hildebrand, and with it the gold ring of his mother, saying: "God reward thee for thy true help–bringing." Of the fierce battle between the two heroes which now followed, it were too long to tell the tale. They fought first on horseback, then they fought on foot. Witig dealt a mighty blow with his sword at Theodoric's helmet, but the helmet Hildegrimur was too strong for the sword which Hildebrand had put in the place of Mimung, and which was now shivered into 2 pieces. "Ah, Wieland!" cried Witig in vexation, God's wrath be on thee for fashioning this sword so ill. If I had had a good sword, I had this day proved myself a hero, but now shame and loss are mine and his who forged my weapon." Then Theodoric took the sword Nagelring with both his hands, and was about to cut off Witig's head. But Hildebrand stepped in between, and begged Theodoric to spare Witig's life and take him for a comrade, telling of his brave deeds against the 12 robbers, and declaring that never would Theodoric have a more valiant or loyal follower than this man, who was of kingly blood on both his father's and mother's side, and was now willing to become Theodoric's man. But Theodoric, still indignant at being challenged, as he deemed, by the son of a churl, said sullenly: "No, the dog shall hang, as I said he should, before the gates of Verona." Then Hildebrand, seeing that nought else would avail, and that Theodoric heeded not good counsel, drew Miming from the scabbard and gave it to Witig, saying: "For the sake of the brotherhood in arms which we swore when we met upon the journey, I give thee here thy sword Mimung. Take it, and defend thyself like a knight." Then was Witig joyous as a bird at daybreak. He kissed the golden hilted sword, and said: "May God forgive me for the reproach which I hurled at my father Wieland. See, Theodoric, noble hero, see, here is Mimung. Now I am joyous for the fight with thee as a thirsty man for drinking, or a hungry hound for feeding." Then he rained on Theodoric blow on blow, hacking away, now a piece of his coat of mail, now a splinter from his helmet. Theodoric, bleeding from 5 great wounds, and thinking only now of defence, never of attack, called on Master Hildebrand to end the combat. But Hildebrand, still sore at heart because Theodoric seemed to accuse him of lying when he called Witig a hero, told him that he might now expect to receive from the conqueror the same disgraceful doom which he in his arrogance and cruelty had adjudged to the conquered. Then King Dietmar came and besought Witig to spare his son's life, offering him a castle and an earl's rank and a noble wife. But Witig spurned his gifts, and told him that it would be an unkingly deed if he, by his multitude of men at arms, stayed the single combat which was turning against his son. So, after these words, they renewed the fight, and now, by a mighty blow from the good sword Mimung, even the stout helmet was cloven asunder from right to left, and the golden hair of Theodoric streamed out of the fissure. With that Hildebrand relented, and springing between the twain, begged Witig, for the sake of the brotherhood that was sworn between them, to give peace to Theodoric and take him for his comrade. "And when you two shall stand side by side, there will be none in the world that can stand against you. Though he deserves it not", said Witig, "yet since thou askest it, and for our brotherhood's sake, I grant him his life." Then they laid their weapons aside and clasped one another's hands, and became good friends and comrades. So they rode back to Verona, and were all merry together. Many days lay Theodoric at Verona, for his wounds in the fight were grievous. At length he rode forth on his good steed Falke in quest of adventures, to brighten again his honour, which was tarnished by the victory of Witig. After many days he reached a certain forest which was near the castle of Drachenfels. Through that forest, as he was told, there was wont to wander a knight named Ecke, who was betrothed to the chatelaine of Drachenfels, a widowed queen with 9 fair daughters. Having heard of the might of the unconquered Ecke, Theodoric, who was still somewhat weakened by his wounds, thought to pass through the forest by night, and so avoid an encounter. But as luck would have it, the 2 knights met in the thick wood, where neither could see the other, and Ecke, having called upon the unseen traveller to reveal his name, and finding that it was Theodoric, tempted him to single combat by every taunt and lure that he could think of, by sneering at him for Witig's victory, and by praising his own good sword Eckersax, made in the same smithy as Nagelring, gold hilted and gold inlaid, so that when you held it downwards, a serpent of gold seemed to run along the blade from the handle to the point. Neither this temptation, nor yet that of the 12 pounds of ruddy gold in Ecker's girdle, prevailed on Theodoric, who said again and again: "I will fight thee gladly when day dawns, but not here in the darkness, where neither of us can see his foe". But when Ecke began to boast of the stately queen, his betrothed, and of the 9 princesses who had armed him for the fight, said Theodoric: "In Heaven's name I will fight thee, not for gold nor for thy wondrous sword, but for glory, and for the prize of those 9 fair daughters of a king". Then they struck their swords against the stones in the road, and by the light of the sparks they closed on one another. Shield was locked in shield, the weapons clashed, the roar of their battle was like the roar of a thunderstorm. But or ever either had wounded his foe, they fell to the ground, Ecke above, Theodoric below. "Now if thou wouldst save thy life", said Ecke, "thou shalt let me bind thee, and take thy armour and thy steed, and thou shalt come with me to the castle, and there I will show thee bound to the princesses who equipped me for this encounter". "Rather will I die", said Theodoric, "than be made mock of by these 9 princesses and their mother, and by all who shall hereafter see or hear of me". Then he struggled and got his hands free, and clutched Ecke round the neck, and so they wrestled to and fro upon the turf in the dark forest. But meanwhile the good steed Falke, hearing his master in distress, bit in two the bridle by which Theodoric had fastened him to a tree, and ran to where the 2 knights lay struggling on the earth. Stamping with his forefeet with all his might upon Ecke, Falke broke his spine. Then sprang Theodoric to his feet, and drawing his sword he cut off the head of his foe. Equipping himself in Ecke's arms, he rode forth from the forest at daybreak, and drew near to the castle of Drachenfels. The queen, standing on top of her tower, and seeing a man clad in Ecke's armour approach, riding a noble war horse, called to her daughters: "Come hither and rejoice! Ecke went forth on foot, but he rides back on a noble steed. Doubtless he has slain some knight in single combat". Then the queen and all her daughters, dressed in their goodliest raiment, went forth to meet the conqueror. But when they came nearer, and saw that the arms of Ecke were borne by an unknown stranger, they read the battle more truly. Then the queen sank to the ground in a swoon, and the 9 fair princesses went back to the castle, and put on robes of mourning, and told the men-at-arms to ride forth and avenge their champion. So Theodoric perceived that the princesses were not for him, and rode away from the castle. Now Ecke had one brother named Fasold, and this man had bound himself by a vow never to smite more than 1 blow at any one who came against him in battle. But so doughty a champion was he, that this 1 blow had till now been sufficient for every antagonist. When Fasold saw Theodoric come riding through the wood towards him, he cried out: "Art thou not my brother Ecke?" Theodoric: "Another am I, and not thy brother". Fasold: "Base death dog, thou hast stolen on my brother Ecke in his sleep, and murdered him, for when he was awake thou hadst never overcome that strifeful hero". Theodoric: "Thou liest there. He forced me to fight for honour's sake, and for the sake of his betrothed and the 9 fair princesses, her daughters. But a brave man truly he was, and had I known how great a warrior, I would never have ventured to match myself against him". Then Fasold rushed at Theodoric with drawn sword, and dealt a terrible blow upon his helmet, which stunned Theodoric and stretched him senseless on the ground. Remembering his vow, Fasold then turned away and rode towards the castle. Before long, however, Theodoric's soul returned into him, and springing on his horse he rode furiously after Fasold, and with taunting words provoked him to the fight, declaring that he was a nithing if he would not avenge his brother. With that Fasold turned back, and the two heroes, leaping from their horses, began the fight on foot. It was a long and terrible combat, but it began to turn against Fasold. He had received 5 grievous wounds, while Theodoric had but 3, and of a slighter kind. Perceiving therefore that the longer the fight lasted, the more certain he was to be at last slain, and as to each man his own life is most precious, this great and valiant hero begged his life of Theodoric, and offered to become his henchman. "Peace I will have with thee", said Theodoric, "but not thy service, seeing that thou art so noble a knight, and that I have slain thy brother. On this one condition will I grant thee thy life, that thou wilt clasp my hand and swear brotherhood in arms with me, that each of us shall help the other in all time of his need as if we were born brothers, and that all men shall know us for loyal comrades." Fasold gladly took the oath, and they mounted their horses and rode together towards Verona. On their road they met a mighty beast which is called an elephant. Theodoric, in spite of Fasold's dissuading words, persisted in attacking it, but failed, even with the good sword Echersax, to reach any vital part. Then was he in great danger, nor would the help which Fasold loyally rendered have availed him much, for the huge beast was trampling him under its great forefeet. But the faithful steed Falca again broke its bridle and came to the help of its master. The fierce kicks which it gave the elephant in its side called off its attention from Theodoric, who once more getting hold of Echersax, stabbed the elephant in the belly, and sprang nimbly from under it before it fell down dead. Riding some way from thence, and emerging from a wood, the two comrades saw a vast dragon flying through the air at no great distance from the ground. It had long and sharp claws, a huge and terrible head, and from its mouth protruded the head and hands of an armed and still living knight whom it had half swallowed and was attempting to carry off. The unhappy victim called on them for help, and they struck the dragon with their swords, but its hide was hard and Fasold's sword was blunt, and only Theodoric's sword availed aught against it. "Mine is sharper", cried the captive, "but it is inside the creature's mouth. Use it if you can, for my deliverance." Then the valiant Fasold rushed up and plucked the knight's sword from out of the jaws of the dragon. "Strike carefully", said the captive, "that I be not wounded by mine own sword, for my legs are inside the creature's mouth." Even so did they. Both Fasold and Theodoric struck deft blows and soon killed the dragon, by whose dead body the 3 heroes stood on the green turf. They asked the liberated knight of his name and lineage, and he turned out to be Sintram, grandson of Bertram, Duke of Venice, and cousin of good Master Hildebrand, and then on his way to Verona to visit his kinsman and to take service under Theodoric. 11 days and 11 nights had he been riding, and at length, being weary, had laid him down to rest, when that foul monster stole upon him in his sleep, and first robbing him of his shield, had then opened its mouth to swallow him up and bear him away. Then Theodoric made himself known to Sintram, who pleaded earnestly that his faithful sword might be restored to him. Great was the joy when the heroes were made known to one another. And so Sintram became one of Theodoric's henchmen, and served him long and faithfully. Thus passed the youth of Theodoric, when every morning brought a noble chance, and every chance brought out a noble knight. Ere many years were gone, King Dietmar died, having scarcely reached middle age, and Theodoric succeeded him in the kingdom, and he was the most renowned amongst princes. His fame spread wide and far over the whole world, and his name will abide and never be forgotten in all the lands of the south so long as the world shall endure. After he had reigned some years, he willed to marry, and having heard of the fame of the beautiful Princess Hilda, daughter of Arthur, King of Britain, he sent his sister's son, Herbart, to ask for the maiden's hand. King Arthur liked not that Theodoric should not have come himself to urge his suit, and he would not suffer Herbart to have speech of the princess; but Herbart, who was a goodly youth and a brave knight, pleased Arthur well, and he kept him at his court and made him his seneschal. Now the Lady Hilda was so closely guarded that no stranger might see her face. She never walked abroad except when she went to the church, and then 12 counts walked on either side holding up her girdle, and 12 monks followed after, bearing her train, and 12 great earls, in coats of mail, with helmet and sword and shield, brought up the rear, and looked terrible things on any man who should be bold enough to try to speak with her. And over her head was a canopy, in which the plumes of 2 great peacocks shielded her beautiful face from the rays of the sun. Thus went the Lady Hilda to the place of prayer. Now Herbart had waited many days, and had never caught sight of the princess. But at length there was a great church festival, and she went, thus magnificently attended, to perform her devotions. But neither on the road nor yet in the church could Herbart see her face. But he had prepared 2 mice, one adorned with gold and one with silver, and he took out first one and then the other, and they ran to where the princess was sitting. Each time she looked up to see the mouse running, and each time he saw her beautiful face, and she saw that he beheld her, and signals passed between them. Then she sent her maid to ask him of his name and parentage, and he said: "I am Herbart, nephew of Theodoric of Verona, and I crave an interview, that I may tell mine errand to thy mistress." When they met outside the church porch, he had only time to ask the princess to arrange that he might have longer speech of her, when a monk, one of her 12 watchers, came by and asked him how he, a foreigner, could be so bold as to speak with the princess. But Herbart took the monk by the beard and shook him so violently that all his teeth rattled, and told him that he would teach him once for all how to behave to strangers. That evening the princess asked her father at the banquet to let her have whatever she should desire, and he, for his heart was merry with wine, consented to her prayer. Then she asked that Herbart, his handsome seneschal, might be her servant, and King Arthur, though loath to part with him, for his honour's sake granted her request. Thereupon Herbart sent back half of the knights who had accompanied him from Verona to tell Theodoric that he had seen Hilda and spoken with her, and that she was the fairest of women. Glad at heart was Theodoric when he heard these tidings. And now Herbart had speech often with his mistress, and began to tell her of his errand, and to urge his uncle's suit. But she said: "What manner of a man is Theodoric of Verona?" "Greatest of all heroes", said Herbart, "and kindest and most generous of men, and if thou wilt be his wedded wife, thou shalt have no lack of gold or silver or jewels." She said: "Canst thou draw his face upon this wall?" "Yea", answered he, "and so that every one seeing it would say, That is the face of King Theodoric." Then he drew a great grim face on the wall, and said: "Lady, that is he, only God help me, he is far more terrible looking than that." Thereupon she thought: "God cannot be so wroth with me as to destine me for that monster", and she looked up and said: "Sir, why dost thou ask for my hand for Theodoric of Verona, and not for thyself?" He answered: "I was bound to fulfil the message of my lord, but if thou wilt have me, who am of the seed of kings, though I am not a king myself, gladly will I be thy husband, and neither King Arthur nor King Theodoric nor all their men shall part us twain." So the two plighted troth to one another, Herbart and Hilda, and watching their opportunity, they stole away on horseback from the castle. King Arthur sent after them 30 knights and 30 squires, with orders to slay Herbart and to bring Hilda back again. But Herbart defended himself like a hero, killing 12 knights and 14 squires, and the rest fled back to the castle. Herbart, though sore wounded, mounted his steed and escaped with his wife to the dominions of a certain king, who received him graciously and made him duke, and gave him broad lands. And he became a great warrior and did mighty deeds. After this Theodoric married the eldest of the 9 fair princesses of Drachenfels, for the love of whom he had fought with the strong man Ecke. The name of Theodoric's wife was Gudelinda. 2 of her sisters were married to 2 of Theodoric's men, namely to Fasold and the merry rogue and stout warrior Dietlieb, whose laughter-moving adventures I have here no room to chronicle. And the mother, Bolfriana, who was the fairest of all the race, was wooed and won by Witig. But this marriage, which Theodoric furthered with all his power, brought ill with it in the end, and the separation of tried friends. For in order to marry Bolfriana, and receive the lordship of her domains, Witig was obliged to enter Hermanric's service and become his man. And though Hermanric promoted him to great honour and made him a count, this was but a poor amends for the necessity which, as you shall soon hear, lay upon Witig to lift up his sword against his former master. Now Hermanric, as has been said, was sovereign lord of Rome and of many other fair lands beside, and all kings and dukes to the south of the great mountains served him, and, as it seems, even Theodoric himself owned him as overlord, and he was by far the greatest potentate in the south of Europe. For the Emperor himself then ruled over only Bulgaria and Greece, while King Hermanric's dominions included all that lay west of the Sea of Adria. Till this time Theodoric and his uncle Hermanric had been good friends. The young hero had visited the older one at Romaborg, and they had fought side by side against their enemies. But now came a disastrous change, which made Theodoric a wanderer from his home for many years, and this was all the work of that false traitor, Hermanric's chief counsellor, Sibich. For Sibic's honour as a husband had been stained by his lord while he himself was absent on an embassy. But instead of avenging himself with his own right hand on the adulterous king, he planned a cruel and wide-reaching scheme of vengeance which should embrace all the kindred of the wrongdoer. Of Hermanric's 3 sons he caused that the eldest should be sent on an embassy to Wilkinaland, demanding tribute from the king of that country, and should be slain there by an accomplice; that the second should be sent on a like embassy to England, and sailing in a leaky ship should be swallowed up by the waves; and that the youngest should be slain by his father in a fit of rage provoked by the slanderous accusations of Sibich. Then he set Hermanric against his nephews the Harlungs, sons of his half-brother Acce. And these hapless young men were besieged in their Rhineland castle, to which Hermanric set fire; and issuing forth, sword in hand, that they might not die like rats in a hole, were captured and hung by their enraged uncle on the highest tree in their own domains. So was all the family of Hermanric destroyed, except Theodoric and his young brother Diether, and against Theodoric Sibich now began to ply his engines of calumny. He represented to Hermanric that Theodoric's kingdom had for some time been growing large, while his own had been growing smaller, and hinted that soon Theodoric would openly attack his uncle. Meanwhile, and in order to test his peaceable disposition, Hermanric, by Sibich's advice, claimed that he should pay him tribute for Amalungenland. When Theodoric refused to do this, Hermanric was persuaded of the truth of Sibich's words, and declared that Theodoric should also be hanged, for right well do both he and I know which of us is the mightier. Witig and Heime, who were now at Hermanric's court when they heard these wrathful words, tried in vain to abate the fury of the king and to open his eyes to Sibich's falseness. But as they availed nothing, they mounted their horses and rode with all speed to Verona. At midnight they reached the city and told Theodoric the evil tidings, that on the next day Hermanric would burst upon him with overwhelming force, determined to slay him. Then Theodoric went into his great hall of audience, and bade the horns blow to summon all his counsellors and men of war to a meeting there in the dead of night. He told them all the tidings that Witig had brought, and asked their counsel, whether it were better to stay in Verona and die fighting, for of successful resistance to such a force there was no hope, or to bow for a while to the storm, and fleeing from the homeland seek shelter at some foreign court. Master Hildebrand advised, and all were of his opinion, that it was better to flee, and that with all speed, before morning dawned. Scarcely had Hildebrand's words been spoken, when there arose a great sound of lamentation in Verona, women and children bewailing that their husbands and fathers were about to leave them, brothers parting from brothers, and friends from friends. And with all this, in the streets, the neighing of horses and the clank of arms, as the warriors, hastily aroused, prepared themselves for their midnight march. So Theodoric, with the knights his companions, rode away from Verona, which Hermanric entered next morning with 5,000 men. And Theodoric rode first to Bacharach on the Rhine, where dwelt the great Margrave Rudiger, who was his trusty friend. And from thence he rode on to Susat, where was the palace of Attila, king of the Huns. And when Attila heard that Theodoric was coming, he bade his men blow the great horns, and with all his chieftains he poured forth to welcome him and do him honour. So Theodoric tarried in the palace of Attila, a cherished and trusted guest, and there he abode many years. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of Theodoric the Goth by Thomas Hodgkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The Theodoric of Saga, Part 2. Now King Attila had long wars to wage with his neighbours on the north and east of Hunland. These were 3 brothers, mighty princes: Osantrix, king of Vilkinaland, Norway and Sweden, whose daughter Attila had married, and Voldemar, king of Russia and Poland, and Ilias, earl of Greece. Withal Attila waged war, but longest and hardest with Voldemar. And in all these encounters Theodoric and his Amalung knights were ever foremost in the fray and last to retreat, whilst Attila and his Huns fled often early from the battlefield, leaving the Amalungs surrounded by their foes. Thus, once upon a time, Theodoric and Master Hildebrand, with 500 men, were surrounded in a forest in the heart of Russia, and they suffered a dire famine ere King Attila, earnestly entreated, came to their rescue. And Master Hildebrand said to the good knight Rudiger, who had been foremost in pressing on to deliver them: "I am now 100 years old, and never have I been in such sore need as this day. We had 500 men and 500 horses, and 7 only of the horses are left which we have not killed and eaten. In this campaign Theodoric took prisoner his namesake Theodoric the son of Voldemar, and handed him over into the keeping of his good host and ally, King Attila. By him the captive was at first thrown into a dreary dungeon, and no care was taken of his many wounds. But Urca, the queen of the Huns, who was a cousin of Theodoric son of Voldemar, besought her husband that she might be allowed to take him out of prison and bring him to the palace and heal his wounds. "If he is healed, he will certainly escape," said Attila. "If I may only heal him," said Urca, "I will put my life on the hazard that he shall not escape." "Be it so," said Attila, who was going on another campaign into far Russia. "If, when I return, I find that the son of Voldemar has escaped, doubt not that I will strike off thy head." Then Attila rode forth to war, and Urca commanded that Theodoric, the son of Voldemar, should be brought into the palace, and every day she had dainty dishes set before him, and provided him with warm baths, and delighted his soul with gifts of jewels. But Theodoric of Verona, who was also sore wounded, was left under the care of an ignorant and idle nurse, and his wounds were not tended, and were like to become gangrened. So before many days were past, the son of Woldemar was again whole, and clothed him with his coat and greaves of mail, and put his shining helmet on his head, and mounted his horse and rode from the palace. Queen Urca implored him to stay, saying that her head was the pledge of his abiding, but he answered that he had been all too long already in Hunland, and would ride forth to his own country. Then the queen, in her terror and despair, sought Theodoric of Verona, where he lay in his ungarnished chamber with his gangrened wounds, and he, though he could not forbear to reproach her for her little kindness to him, and though his wounds made riding grievous and fighting well nigh impossible, yet yielded to her prayers and tears, and rode forth after the son of Woldemar. Striking spurs into the good steed Falke, he rode fast and far, and came up at length with the fugitive. "Return," he cried, "for the life's sake of thy cousin Urca, and she and I together will reconcile thee to Attila, and I will give thee silver and gold." But Woldemar's son utterly refused to return and to be reconciled with either of his enemies, and scoffed at the foul wounds of his namesake. "If thou wilt not return for silver and gold, nor to save the life of thy cousin Urca, thou shalt stay for thine own honour's sake, for I challenge thee here to combat, and never shalt thou be called aught but a nithing if thou ridest away when challenged by one wounded man." At these words the son of Woldemar had no choice but to stay and fight. The battle was long and desperate, and once both champions, sore weary, leaned upon their shields and rested a space, while he of Verona in vain renewed to the son of Woldemar his offers of peace and friendship. But the combat began again with fury, and at last, with one mighty sword stroke, Theodoric of Verona struck the right side of the neck of the other Theodoric, so that his head rolled off on the left side, and the victor rode back to Susat with that trophy at his saddle-bow. Queen Urca, when her cousin's head was thrown by Theodoric at her feet, wept and bitterly lamented that so many of her kindred should lose their lives for her sake. At length, after many days, Theodoric was healed of his wounds, and went with Attila on one more expedition into Russia, in the course of which they took the cities of Smolensko and Pultowa, and Theodoric slew King Woldemar on the battlefield. And now had Theodoric been 20 winters in Hunland. He had fought in many great battles, and had gained broad lands for his host friend Attila. His young brother Diether, who had been brought up as a babe from Verona, had grown into a goodly stripling, and the two sons of Attila, Erp and Ortwin, who had grown up with him, loved him as a brother, and Urca their mother loved Diether as her own son. Great too was the reverence shown to Theodoric, who sat at the high seat by the side of Attila, and was honoured as his chief counsellor and friend. But Theodoric's heart pined for his home and his lost kingdom, and one day he sought the presence of Queen Urca and poured out the longings of his soul. "Good friend Theodoric", said she, "I will be the first to aid thee in thine endeavour. I will send with thee my two sons, Erp and Ortwin, and 1,000 well-armed knights. And now will I seek Attila my lord, and adjure him to help thee." Attila at first took it ill that Theodoric came not himself to urge his suit, but when Urca had persuaded him that it was not from pride but from modesty that he made the request through her, and when she said that she was willing to send her own sons into danger for his sake, Attila gladly yielded, and bade his trusty friend Rudiger, with a body of chosen knights, accompany Theodoric and his exiled followers back to their own land. Then, Queen Urca called her two sons to her, and showed them the coats of mail and the greaves of mail, bright as silver and of hardest steel, but embellished with ruddy gold, and the helmets and the thick red shields that she had prepared for their first day of battle. "Now be brave", said she, weeping, "O fair sons of mine, even as your arms are strong. For great as is my longing that you return in safety to my embraces, I long yet more that all men should say that you bore yourselves as brave men and heroes in the fight". And then she armed Diether in like manner, and said: "Dear foster son, behold here my sons Erp and Ortwin, whom I have armed for war to help thee and Theodoric in the recovery of your kingdom. You three youths who are now here have loved one another so dearly that never were you in any game in which you could not be on the same side and give one another help. Now you ride forth to war for the first time. Keep well together and help one another in this great game on which you are now entering". "May God help me, dear lady", said Diether, "that I may bring back both thy sons safe and sound, but if they fall in the storm of war, I will not live to tell the tale. Of the clang of iron and steel in all the armourers' shops at Susat, of the stillness which fell upon the shouting host when Attila from a high tower gave his orders to the army, of the setting forth of the gallant band, 10,000 knights with many followers, it needs not be told at length. Enough, they crossed the mountains and entered the land that had been theirs. And Theodoric, to take no unknightly advantage of his foe, sent messengers to Rome to apprise Hermanric of his coming and challenge him to battle outside the walls of Ravenna. Hermanric, too old to go forth himself to war, gave the chief command to the false counsellor Sibich. Under him were Reinald and Witig, both of whom had been friends and comrades of Theodoric in times past, and were most unwilling to fight against him, though thirsting for battle with any number of Huns. It was appointed, therefore, that Sibich, bearing Hermanric's banner, should fight against Theodoric and his Amelungs, Reinald against the gallant Rudiger, and Witig against the two sons of Attila. The whole army of Hermanric numbered 17,000 men. And now were the two armies drawn up on the opposite banks of a river, and it was the night before the battle. Master Hildebrand, desiring to learn the position of the enemy, rode some way up the stream till he found a ford, by which he crossed to the other side. It was so dark that he had almost ridden up against another knight coming in the opposite direction, before either perceived the other. Dark as it was, they soon recognised one another by their voices, though they had not met for 20 years. The stranger was Reinald, who had come forth on the same errand as Hildebrand. No blows were fought, only friendly words were exchanged, with lamentations over this miserable war between the brother Amelungs, and curses on the false Sibich, whose intrigues had brought it to pass. Then the moon shone forth, and Reinald showed Hildebrand from afar the great yellow tent with 3 golden tufts where the traitor Sibich was sleeping, and the green tent with the silver tuft in which Witig and his Amelungs were dreaming of battle with the Huns, and the black tent, then empty of its lord, that was the tent of Reinald himself. And Hildebrand told Reinald the ordering of the troops of Theodoric, showing him Theodoric's tent with 5 poles and a golden tuft, and the tent of the sons of Attila, made of red silk with 9 poles and 9 tufts of gold, and the green tent of Margrave Rudiger. Then the two warriors kissed each other and wished one another well through the day of battle, and so they parted. And when Reinald, returning to the camp, told whom he had met, Sibich wished to send him to slay Master Hildebrand before he returned to his friends. But Reinald would in no wise permit so unknightly a deed, saying that Sibich must first slay him and all his friends ere such a thing should befall. When day dawned, Theodoric set forward his array and bade all his trumpets blow. They rode up the stream to the ford which Hildebrand had discovered the night before, and crossed thereby. And Sibich and Witig, seeing them approach, sounded their trumpets and marshalled their men. Theodoric, seeing the false Sibich's banner waving, cried to his followers: "Forward, my men! Strike this day with all your courage and knighthood. Ye have striven often against the Russians and the Wilkina men, and have mostly gotten the victory, but now in this strife we fight for our own land and realm, and for the deathless glory that will be ours if we win our land back again." Then he spurred his brave old steed Falke through the thickest ranks of the enemy, raising ever and anon his good sword Eckesax and letting it fall, with every blow felling a warrior or his horse to the ground. Likewise his brave standard-bearer Wildebur, who went before him, hewed down the ranks of the foe. Against him came Walter, Sibich's standard-bearer, who rode in hero mood towards him, and aiming the banner-staff full against his breast, pierced him through, the staff coming out through his shoulders. But Wildebur, though wounded to the death, lopped off with his sword the end of the banner-staff, and then riding fiercely at Walter, struck him on his thigh so terrible a blow that the sword cut right through the coat of mail and stuck fast in the saddle below. Then did both the standard-bearers fall from their horses and lie dead on the field, side by side. When Sibich saw his standard droop and the brave knight Walter fall, he turned his horse and fled from the field, and all his division of the army with him. Theodoric and his men rode after them fast and far, and wrought dire havoc among them, but when Theodoric was miles away from the battle plain, he was overtaken by one of his men, his horse all covered with foam, who brought him evil tidings from another part of the field. For Witig, when he saw the flight of Sibich, not terrified but all the more enraged, had ridden fiercely towards the place where the banner of Attila's sons was waving, and had struck down their standard-bearer. "Seest thou", said Ortwin to Helfric, his sworn henchman, "what evil that base dog Witig is doing? He has slain our brave standard-bearer; let us ride up to him and stop his deadly work." So spake Ortwin, but in the fierce fray that followed, both he and his good comrade Helfric, and then his brother Erp, fell dead around Witig and his standard-bearer. Oh, then great was the wrath of the young Diether, who meanwhile had fought and killed the standard-bearer of Witig, when he saw both of his foster-brothers slain. Eager to avenge them, he struck oft and hard at Witig's armour. "Art thou Diether, King Theodoric's brother?" cried Witig. "For his sake I am loath to do thee any hurt. Ride away and fight with some other man. Since my young lords Erp and Ortwin are dead, and thou, base hound, hast slain them, I care not for my life unless I can have thine." So said Diether, and struck with all his might on Witig's helmet. The helmet, of hardest steel, resisted the blow, but the sword, glancing off, descended on the neck of Witig's war-horse Shimming, and severed its head from its body. "God knows", cried Witig as he sprang to earth, "that I fight now but to save mine own life." And with that he grasped the handle of his sword Mimung with both hands, and struck Diether so terrible a blow that he clove his body in twain. These were the tidings which the breathless knight brought to Theodoric, and which stayed him in his pursuit of the fugitives. "Ah, how have I sinned", said he, "that so evil a day should come upon me? Here am I, untouched by a wound, but my dearest brother is dead, and my two young lords also. Never may I now return to Hunland, but here I will die or avenge them." And with that he turned and set spurs to Falke, and rode so swiftly that none of his men could keep up with him. And so full was he of rage and fury that a hot breath, like sparks of fire, came forth from his mouth, and no living man might dare to stand before him. And when he reached Witig, who was riding Diethar's horse, his own being slain, Witig, like all the others, turned to flee from that terrible countenance. "Evil dog!" cried Theodoric, "if thou hast any courage, stand and wait till I come up to thee and avenge the death of my brother." "I slew him against my will", said Witig, "and because I had no other way to save my life; and if I can pay forfeit for his blood with any quantity of gold and silver, that I will gladly do". But still he fled, as fast as his steed could carry him, down the course of a stream to where it poured itself into a lake, and still Theodoric rode after him. But when Theodoric hurled his spear, in that very moment Witig sank beneath the waters of the lake, and the spear shaft was driven deep into the shore, and there it may be seen to this day. But some men thought that Witig was received by a mermaid and kept hidden in her cave for many days. For his grandfather had been born long ago of this mermaid, having been begotten by Wilkinus, king of Norway. So the battle had been won by Theodoric and his allies, for in other parts of the field the Margrave Rudiger had vanquished Reinald, yet was it a bootless victory by reason of the death of Attila's sons. And Theodoric, riding back to the battlefield, came where his brother Diether was lying, and lamented him, saying: "There liest thou, my brother Diether. This is the great sorrow that has befallen me, that thou art thus untimely slain". And then he came to the place where lay the young princes, with their stout coats of mail and their strong helmets, which had not been able to save them from death, and he said: "Dear young lords, this is the greatest of my sorrows that I have lost you, and how shall I now return to Susat? God knows that I would gladly have many a gaping wound, if only you might be whole again". Then he bade Rudiger lead back the army to its king, for he would neither claim his own kingdom nor return to the palace of Susat, after he had cost Attila the lives of so many brave knights and of his own sons. So Rudiger returned to the palace, but Theodoric and Master Hildebrand dwelt in a little hut in the neighbourhood of the city of Susat. When Rudiger stood in the presence of Attila, who asked him of the welfare of Theodoric and of the host, he made answer: "King Theodoric lives, and the Huns have been conquerors in the battle, yet have we had evil fortune, since we have lost the young lords Erp and Ortwin". Then Queen Irka, and almost all who were in the palace hall, lifted up their voices and wept. And Rudiger told Attila how Diether and many another brave knight had fallen in the battle. But Attila answered with steadfast soul: "It has happened now as it ever does. They fall in the fight for whom it is so appointed, and neither mail nor muscle avails them anything. My sons Erp and Ortwin and their foster brother Diether had the best arms that could be fashioned in the smithy, yet there they all lie dead". And after a space he added: "Where is my good friend King Theodoric? He and Master Hildebrand are sitting together in a mean hut, and they have laid their arms aside, and dare not come into thy presence, O King, because they have lost the young lords". Then Attila sent 2 knights to beg Theodoric to come into his presence, but he would not for grief and shame. Then Queen Irka rose up weeping, and went with her maidens to the cottage where Theodoric abode, and when she entered it she said: "My good friend Theodoric, how did my sons fare in the war, and fought they as good knights ere they fell?" But Theodoric, with mournful face, answered: "Lady, they fought as good knights, and parried the blows bravely, and neither of them would part from the other". And with that she went up to him and threw her arms around his neck and said: "Good friend King Theodoric, come now into the palace hall to King Attila, and take thy welcome there, and be merry once more. Often before now have brave men for whom it was appointed fallen in the battle, and they who live still must take thought for themselves, since it profits not to be ever bewailing the dead. So Theodoric went with the queen into the palace hall, and Attila stood up and gave him a kiss of welcome, and bade him sit beside him on the high seat. Thus he returned to Attila's palace, where he dwelt for yet many years, and all was friendship between them as before. 2 years after this, Queen Urca fell sick of a grievous disease, and lay at the point of death. Sending for Theodoric, she rehearsed to him how he had ever been the best friend of her husband and herself, and as it might well happen that this sickness would sever that long friendship, she desired to give him 15 marks of red gold in a beaker, and a costly purple robe, as memorials of the same, and she prayed him to take her young kinswoman, Heroda, to wife. Theodoric said, "Good lady and queen, thy sickness is doubtless a dangerous one. True friendship hast thou ever shown to me and mine, and better it were for Attila to lose the half of his kingdom than to lose thee." Thereat he wept like a child, and could say no more words, but went quickly forth from the chamber. Then Urca desired to see her dear friend Master Hildebrand, and spake to him too of the true friendship which was now about to be severed, in remembrance whereof she gave him a ring of gold. And then sending for Attila, she spake to him of her coming death. "Thus wilt thou become a widower," said she, "but so thou wilt not long remain. Choose therefore a good and loving wife, for if thou choosest a wicked woman, she may work much harm to thee and many others beside. Good King Attila, take no wife out of Nibelungenland, nor from the race of Aldrian, for if thou dost, thou wilt sorely repent of it, and harm unspeakable will be wrought to thee and the children whom she may bear thee." Soon after she had spoken these words, she gave up the ghost, and great was the lamentation in all Hunland when they heard that the good Queen Urca was no more in life. The warning given by the dying queen was, like most such warnings, unheeded. After 3 years of widowerhood, Attila sent one of his nephews into Nibelungenland to ask for the hand of Kriemhild, daughter of Aldrian, loveliest and wisest of the women of her time, but maddened by secret grief for the loss of her first husband, Siegfried, who had been slain by her brothers Hagen and King Gunther. The suit prospered. With strange blindness of heart, King Gunther gave his consent to the union of the sister who was his deadliest enemy with the mightiest king in Europe. For 7 years Kriemhild waited for her revenge. Then came that invitation to the Nibelungs to visit the court of Attila, which, in the infatuation of their souls, King Gunther and his brethren accepted, taking with them a chosen band of 1,000 warriors. The scheme of vengeance prepared by Kriemhild, the quarrel which she provoked at the banquet, the terrible slaughter suffered and inflicted by the Nibelungs in the palace garden, their desperate rush into the palace hall, the stand made therein by their ever-dwindling band on the pavement which was slippery with the gore of heroes, all this has been sung by 100 minstrels, and need not here be repeated. We only have to do with the share Theodoric and his friends took in the fatal combat. Long the Amalungs stood utterly aloof from the fray, grieving sorely that so many of their friends on both sides were falling by one another's hands. For to the Nibelungs, as well as to Attila and the Huns, were they bound by the ties of guest friendship, and in happier days Theodoric had ridden with Gunther and with Hagen to test the mettle of their knights against the chivalry of Britain. So Theodoric and his men stood on the battlement of his palace, which looked down on the garden of Attila, and watched from afar the ghastly conflict. But at length they saw the good Margrave Rudiger, the ally of the Amals, on so many a hard-fought battlefield, fall by the hand of his own daughter's husband, the young Prince Gisela. And then could Theodoric bear it no longer, but cried, saying: "Now is my best friend, Margrave Rudiger, dead. Take your weapons, comrades, and let us avenge his fall." He descended into the street. He forced his way into the palace hall. Terrible was the clang of the strong sword ecosax on the helmets of the Nibelungs. Many of them fell before him, but alas! many of his faithful Amals fell there also, far from their home. At length, in all that stately palace hall, there remained but 4 men still able to deal blows, and these were Theodoric and Master Hildebrand of the Amalungs, Hagen and Gisela of their foes. And Hagen stood up to fight with Theodoric, and Gisela with Hildebrand. Then, as King Attila came from his tower to watch the combat, Hagen shouted to him: "It were a knightly deed to let young Gisela go unhurt, for he is innocent of the death of Siegfried the Swift." "Yea, truly," said Gisela. "Kriemhild, my sister, knows that I was a little child of 5 years old in my mother's bed when her husband was killed. I am innocent of this blood feud, yet care I not to live now that my brethren are slain." Therewith he closed in fight with Master Hildebrand, and soon received his death wound from the old hero. Now there remained but one terrible encounter, that between Hagen and Theodoric. Hagen said: "It seems that here our friendship must come to an end, great as it has ever been. Let us each fight bravely for his life, and, knightlike, call on no man for aid." Theodoric answered: "Truly I will let none meddle in this encounter, but will fight it with warlike skill and knightliness." They fought long and hard, and exchanged grievous blows, and both were weary and both were wounded. Then Theodoric waxed exceedingly wroth with himself for not overcoming his foe, and said: "Truly this is a shame for me to stand here all the day and not to be able to vanquish the Elfin's son. Why should the Elfin's son be worse than the son of the devil himself?" answered Hagen. At that Theodoric was seized with such a fury that fiery breath issued from his mouth. Hagen's coat of mail was heated red hot by this breath of fire, and he was forced to cry out: "I give myself up. Anything to end this torture and doff my red hot armour. If I were a fish and not a man, I should be broiled in this burning panoply." Then Theodoric sat down and began to unbrace his adversary's armour, and while he was doing this, Queen Kriemhild came into the hall with a blazing torch, which she thrust into the mouth of one after another of the prostrate warriors, her brothers, to see if they were already dead, and to slay them if they were still living. Beholding this, Theodoric said to Attila: "See how that devil Kriemhild thy wife torments her brothers, the noble heroes. See how many brave men, Huns and Amalungs and Nibelungs, have yielded up their life for her sake. And in like fashion would she bring thee and me to death if she had the power. Truly she is a devil", answered Attila. "Do thou slay her, and it had been a good deed if thou hadst done it 7 nights ago. Then would many a noble knight be still living who is now dead." And with that Theodoric sprang up and clove Kriemhild in twain. Theodoric bore the sore wounded Hagen to his palace and bound up his wounds, but they were mortal, and in a few days Hagen died, having bequeathed to the woman who nursed him the secret of the great Nibelung hoard, for the sake of which he had slain Siegfried the Swift. In the terrible encounter there had fallen 1,000 Nibelungs, being all their host, and 4,000 Huns and Amalungs. No battle is more celebrated in the old German sagas than this. But Hunland was wasted by reason of the death of so many valiant warriors, and thus had come to pass all the evil which the good Queen Urca had foretold. And now, after 32 years of exile, and with so many of his brave followers dead, Theodoric's heart pined more than ever for his native land, and he said to Master Hildebrand: "I would rather die in Verona than live any longer in Hunland." To return with an army was hopeless, so scanty a remnant was left of the Amalungs. The only hope was to steal back secretly and try, if it were possible, to find friends enough in the old home to win back the crown. Master Hildebrand knew of one thing which made the outlook less desperate. "I have heard that the Duke who rules over Verona is a brave knight named Alibrand, and I cannot but think that this is my son, born of my wife Euta, shortly after I fled hither." So they got together 4 horses, 2 for Theodoric and Hildebrand, 1 for the Lady Herauda, Theodoric's wife, and 1 to carry their raiment and store of silver and gold. And after leave taken of Attila, who wept bitterly at Theodoric's departure, and prayed him to stay till he could fit out another army for his service, they set forth from Susat, and rode westward night and day, avoiding the towns and the haunts of wayfarers. On their road they were met by a band of 32 knights commanded by Earl Elsung, a kinsman of that Elsung of Verona whom Theodoric's grandfather Samson had slain. The blood feud was now old, but Elsung yearned to avenge it on Theodoric. The Lady Herauda wept when she saw so many well-armed knights approaching, but Theodoric bade her be of joyous heart till she saw one of her 2 protectors fall, and that he deemed would never be. And in truth, in the fight that followed, so well did the aged Hildebrand wield the sword Gram, the wondrous sword of Siegfried the Swift, and such mighty blows dealt Theodoric with Ecke-Sax, that Earl Elsung himself and 16 of his men were left dead on the field. The rest fled, all but a nephew of Elsung, a brave young knight. Him also Hildebrand vanquished in fight, and from him, as ransom for his life, the victors received great tidings from Amalungenland. For he told them that Hermanric was grievously sick, and that the remedies which the false Sibich had persuaded him to resort to had left him far weaker than before, and in short the great Hermanric was already as good as dead. They came next in their journey to a castle which was held by Duke Lewis and his son Conrad. To them Master Hildebrand, riding forward, made himself known, and from them he received joyous welcome. They rode back with him into the forest, where Theodoric was tarrying with the Lady Herauda, and bent the knee before him. For they had heard that Hermanric was dead, and though the false Sibich aspired to be king after him, both they and all the people in those parts chose rather to obey Theodoric, and had sent a messenger into Hunland to pray him to return. Theodoric received Duke Lewis graciously, but would not enter into his castle, for he had sworn that Verona should be the first stronghold in Amalungenland within whose walls he would enter. Now of Verona the lord was, as Hildebrand had heard, his son Alibrand, born after he had left the country. He was a brave knight and a courteous, but fiery, and when the aged Hildebrand, riding towards Verona, met him in the way, the 2 champions rushed at one another and fought long and desperately. The battle ceased from the mere weariness of the fighters once and again. At every pause each knight, the old and the young, asked the other of his name, and each refused to tell his name till he had heard that of his antagonist. And this, though all the time Hildebrand more than guessed that it was his own son from whom he was receiving, and to whom he was dealing, such dreadful blows. At length, after Hildebrand had given his opponent a great gaping wound in the thigh, he fell upon him and bore him to the earth, and then with his sword at his breast said: "Tell me thy name, or thou shalt die." "I care not for life," said the other, "since so old a man has vanquished me. If thou wilt preserve thy life, tell me straightway if thou art my son Alibrand; if so, I am thy father Hildebrand." "If thou art my father Hildebrand, I am thy son Alibrand," said the younger hero. And with that they both arose, threw their arms around each other's necks, and kissed one another. And both were right glad, and they mounted their horses and rode towards Verona. From the gates the Lady Euta, Alibrand's mother, was coming forth to meet her son, but she wept and wailed when she saw his streaming wound, and said: "O my son, why art thou so sore wounded, and who is that aged man that is following thee?" Alibrand answered: "For this wound I need have no shame, sith it was given me by my father Hildebrand, and it is he who rides behind me." Then was the mother overjoyed, and greeted her husband lovingly, and with great gladness they entered into the city, where Hildebrand tarried for the night, and the Lady Euta bound up the wounds of Alibrand. After this Theodoric's course was easy. He was received with joyous welcome by the citizens of his native Verona, as he rode through the streets on his faithful falcar, Master Hildebrand of the long white beard holding high his banner. Alibrand handed back to his keeping Verona and all Amalungan land, which he had received to hold from the dead Hermanric. Theodoric sat in the high seat of the palace, the people brought him rich presents, and all the nobles took him for their rightful lord and ruler. The false Sibich marched against him with a larger army, 13,000 to Theodoric's 8,000, but Theodoric and Hildebrand rode as they pleased through the armed throng, dealing death on every side, and Duke Alibrand, engaging Sibich in single combat, after long fight, waxed exceeding wroth, and smiting a dreadful blow, clove him through from the shoulder to the saddle-bow. Then all the Romans gave up the strife, and fell at Theodoric's feet, praying him to be their lord. So was Theodoric crowned in the city of Rome, and now he was king over all the lands which had once owned the sway of Hermanric. It needs not to tell at length of the deeds of Theodoric after he had recovered his kingdom. He caused a statue to be cast in copper of himself, seated on his good steed Falca, and this statue many pilgrims to Rome have seen. Also a statue of himself, standing on a high tower, brandishing his good sword Equisax towards the north. And this statue is at Verona. In his old age he and many of his subjects turned to the Christian faith. One of those that were baptised along with him was Master Hildebrand, who died soon after his conversion, being either 180 or 200 years old. Theodoric's wife, Heroda, died also about this time, a good woman and much loved of the people for all her gracious deeds, even as her cousin Urca had been loved by the Huns. After Heroda's death, Theodoric married Isolde, widow of Hertnit, king of Bergera, whose husband had been slain by a terrible dragon which Theodoric vanquished. She was fair to look upon and wise of heart. And after these things it came to pass that old King Attila died, being enticed by Aldrian, the son of Hagen, into the cave where the great Nibelung hoard lay hidden. And when he was in the recesses of the mountain, gloating over the wondrous treasure, Aldrian passed swiftly forth, and closed the doors of the cave, and left him to perish of hunger in the midst of the greatest treasure that was in the world. Thus Aldrian avenged the death of his father and all of the Nibelungs. But Theodoric was made king over Hunland by the help of his friends in that realm, and thus he became the mightiest king in the world. Of all his old warriors only Heime was left, and Heime had buried himself in a convent, where he sang psalms every day with the monks, and did penance for his sins. Theodoric, hearing that he was there, sought him out, but long time Heime denied that he was Heime. "Much snow has fallen", said Theodoric, "on my head and on thine, since our steeds drank the stream dry in Friesland. Our hair was then yellow as gold, and fell in curls over our shoulders; now it is as white as a dove." And then he plied him with one memory after another of the joyous old times of the battle and the banquet, till at length Heime confessed, and said: "Good lord Theodoric, I do remember all of which thou hast spoken, and now will I go forth with thee from this place." And with that he fetched his armour from the convent chest, and his good old steed Rispa from the convent stable, and once more rode gladly after his lord. After doing many more brave deeds, he fell in battle with a giant, the biggest and clumsiest of his tribe. Theodoric, riding forth alone, sought out the giant's lair, and with his good sword Ecasax avenged the death of his friend, and that was the last battle that the son of Dietmar fought with mortal foe. The years of Theodoric's old age were given to the chase of the beasts of the forest, for he was still a mighty hunter when his other strength was gone. One day, as he was bathing at the place which is still called Theodoric's Bath, a groom called out to him, "My lord, a stag has just rushed past, the greatest and the finest that I ever saw in my life." With that Theodoric wrapped a bathing cloak round him, and calling for his horse, prepared to set off in chase of the stag. The horse was long in coming, and meanwhile a mighty steed, coal black, suddenly appeared before him. Theodoric sprang upon the strange charger's back, and it flew off with him as swiftly as a bird. His best groom on his best horse followed vainly behind. "My lord," cried he, "when wilt thou come back, that thou ridest so fast and far?" But Theodoric knew by this time that it was no earthly steed that he was bestriding, and from which he vainly tried to unclasp his legs. "I am ill mounted," cried he to the groom. "This must be the foul fiend on which I ride. Yet will I return, if God wills, and Holy Mary." With that he vanished from his servant's sight, and since then no man has seen, and no man will ever see, Theodoric of Verona. Yet some German minstrels say that it has been opened to them in dreams that he has found grace at last, because in his death ride he called on the names of God and the Virgin Mary. I have thus endeavoured to bring before the reader, I hope with not undue prolixity, the chief events in the life of the mythical Theodoric of the Middle Ages. Still, as late as the 16th century, the common people loved to talk of this mighty hero. The Bavarian Chronicle, translated and continued about 1580, says, "Our people sing and talk much about Dietrich von Bern. You would not soon find an ancient king who is so well known to the common people amongst us, or about whom they have so much to say." What they had to say was, as the reader will have observed, strangely removed from the truth of history. How all this elaborate superstructure of romance could be reared on the mere name of Theodoric of Verona is almost inconceivable to us, till we call to mind that the minstrels were in truth the novelists of the Middle Ages, not pretending or desiring to instruct, but only to amuse and interest their hearers, and to beguile the tedium of existence in dull baronial castles. Of the 1001 details contained in the foregoing narrative, there are not more than 3 or 4 which correspond with the life of the real Theodoric. He was, as the Saga says, of Amal lineage. His father's name, Theudemir, is fairly enough represented by Dietmar. He was, for some years of his life, but not his middle or later life, a wanderer more or less dependent on the favour of a powerful sovereign. His life during this period did get entangled with that of another Theodoric, even as the life of the hero of Saga becomes entangled with the life of Theodoric of Russia. After subduing all his enemies, he did eventually rule in Rome, and erect statues to himself there and at Verona. Ravenna and Verona were the places of his most frequent residence. In his mature years, when his whole soul was set on the maintenance of civilitas, he might very fitly have spoken such words as he is said to have used to Witig in his boyhood: "I will establish such peace in my father's realm and mine, that it shall not be in the power of every wandering adventurer to challenge me to single combat. Moreover, throughout all the wild vagaries of the narrative, character, that mysterious and indestructible essence, is not wholly lost. No two books can be more absolutely unlike one another than the Wilkina Saga and the various letters of Cassiodorus, yet the same hot-tempered, impulsive, generous man is portrayed to us by both. As for the other names introduced, they are, of course, brought in at the cost of the strangest anachronisms. The cruel uncle, Hermanric, is really a remote collateral ancestor who died nearly 80 years before Theodoric was born. The generous host and ally, Attila, died 2 years before his birth, and the especial gladness of that birth was that it occurred at the same time with a signal victory of the Amal kings over the sons of Attila. To take an illustration from modern history, the general framework of the Wilkina Saga is about as accurate as a romance would be which should represent Queen Victoria as driven from her throne by the Old Pretender, remaining for 30 years an exile at the court of Napoleon, and at length recovering her kingdom on the Old Pretender's death. But, as has been often and well pointed out, the most marvellous thing in these old German sagas is the utter disappearance from them of that Roman Empire which, at the cost of such giant labour, the Teutonic nations had overthrown. The Roman Imperator, the Roman legions, even the Catholic priests with their pious zeal against Arianism, count for nothing in the story. Just as the knightly warriors prick to and fro on their fiery steeds to the court of Arthur of Britain, with no mention of the intervening sea, so these German bards link together the days of chivalry and the old barbarian life which Tacitus paints for us in the Germania, without, apparently, any consciousness of the momentous deed which the German warriors had in the meanwhile performed, full of significance for all succeeding generations of men, the overthrow of the Empire of Rome. End of chapter 19, part 2. End of Theodoric the Goth, the barbarian champion of civilization, by Thomas Hodgkin. Recording by Patrick Eaton, Kenilworth, Warwickshire, United Kingdom. June 2014 to September 2015.